We as a party must reflect on the fact that as the greatest social movement in the Caribbean, we have laid the foundations for prosperity for Jamaica. It is we, the Jamaica Labour Party, that built 126 primary schools to take our children from under trees and put them into classrooms. It was the Jamaica Labour Party that built 60 secondary schools in Jamaica. We upgraded and repaired hundreds of others. And it was the Jamaica Labour Party that removed cost sharing and fees from education. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that opened CAST, now called UTEC. It is the JLP. We as a party must reflect on the fact that as the greatest social movement in the Caribbean, we have laid the foundations for prosperity for Jamaica. It is we, the Jamaica Labour Party, that built 126 primary schools to take our children from under trees and put them into classrooms. It was the Jamaica Labour Party that built 60 secondary schools in Jamaica. We upgraded and repaired hundreds of others. And it was the Jamaica Labour Party that removed cost sharing and fees from education. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that opened CAST, now called UTEC. It is the JLP.
I want to check to know that it is the right thing and the specific people that are running from the. That's not a crazy person. But my mother. So that's how I know the same question. I check my mother firm. I check my auntie. So
basic school education and standardizing. It is our party, your party, started compulsory education in Jamaica, gave out free lunches and increased the pays of teachers. We in the JLP have laid the foundation for prosperity. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that has defended workers' rights throughout the years. It was our great leader, founder, and father of this nation, the Right Excellent Sir Alexander Bustamante, who said, and he started equal pay for women in the civil service. And when he did it, it was Buster who said, for us to prosper as a nation, our women must be treated equally, as many times they do more than the men. It is our party, the Jamaica Labour Party, that fixed gullies into right across the corporate area until they called us gully government. But if we never built those gullies, we wouldn't have Kingston today. It is the Labour Party that started a program of asphalting roads right across Jamaica. It is the Labour Party that started the bauxite industry, modern manufacturing sector in Jamaica under the guidance of the Honorable Robert Lightburn. It was the Jamaica Labour Party that appointed the first police inspector in Jamaica. Before that, but Jamaican policemen couldn't pass sergeant. It was the Jamaica Labour Party under the first female minister of government that built the first low-income housing scheme in Jamaica in Mar Valley. It is our party that has laid the foundation for prosperity in this country. It was we who appointed a simple man, a humble man, a man from poor background, a man from St. Thomas as a Minister of Agriculture. Isaac Barron was the man that gave small farmer recognition in this country. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that gave Jamaicans an opportunity to own the banking sector. We saw to the creation of the stock exchange. We started the national insurance scheme. So today many old people can get a little pension. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that built the Saglamar Hospital, the Maypen Hospital, the Bustamante Hospital for Children, the Cornwall Regional Hospital. We have laid the foundation for prosperity in this nation. It was us, the JLP, that removed user fee from clinics and hospitals so that poor people can access health care from the length and breadth of this country. And ladies, although we did that today, when females go to the clinics for contraceptive, you don't get it anymore. They write a prescription and say you must go buy it and come back. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that started the National Festival, introduced television into Jamaica, and then introduced color television into Jamaica, expanded the media landscape, built Jamaica House, built this very building, the National Arena, started here Jamaica, built the conference center, started the food stamp program, the self-start fund, solidarity program. We laid the foundation for prosperity to this nation. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that started the textbook rental scheme in schools. It is the Jamaica Labour Party that expanded the agricultural extension service, started the agro parks that you hear them boasting about. It's the Jamaica Labour Party that expanded the coffee industry, expanded the banana industry, expanded the coconut industry, started farmers market, started the Association of Local Governmental Authorities under Sir Harold Allen from Portland, started to pay our hard-working councillors. It is our party, the Labour Party, that built Ocho Rios, upgrade downtown Kingston, redevelop Montego Bay. It is our party, the Jamaica Labour Party, my party, your party, under the Right Honorable Edward Philip George Seaga, that started the 100 Village Program. We laid the foundations for prosperity to this nation.
Are you coming towards the end?
Greetings, everybody. Greetings. Greetings, everybody. Greetings. Welcome. Shanti Johnson, what's going on? Share the thing, man. Tell everybody we're live. We are live in living colors. TikTok family, what's going on over here? Trust that y'all are doing well. It's 8:22 and 9 o'clock. We'll have the debates where facts will meet fiction. How about that? Truth will meet propaganda. How is that? That's how it is shaping up to be this evening when the Jamaica Labour Party slate of debaters will lock horns with the People's National Party slate of debaters. Evening, Lily, how you doing? Not sure what the PNP slate is going to be. I can tell you that we have some great Jamaica Labour Party members who will be guided by facts and the truth and not by fiction nor propaganda, which of course is what the PNP is accustomed to. PNP, as you all know, is accustomed to spreading misinformation, untruth, half-truth, and some most times presenting not at all. For example, we know that over the years, the PNP is noted for not providing a manifesto to the Jamaican people. So we're not surprised that there is actually no manifesto presented. And there won't be one either, because they are saying that if they present the manifesto, the GLP is going to steal the ideas that might be in their manifesto. No, further from the truth. We all know that the reason they are making those statements or those pronouncements is simply because They have not put together a manifesto. They have no intention of putting together a manifesto because that has always been their MO. In 1972, they came to the Jamaican people. They did not have a manifesto. The PNP is noted to run campaigns solely on the basis of man, music, and message. And every single time that there's a political debate, a political campaign, you can rest assured that the PNP is going to dig deep to find a slogan, a catchy song, and a man or a woman to put up front that will, they hope, will garner support. So they're not noted to come with plans and legitimate plans that will shape and fix Jamaica's problem. That's not their MO. So we're not surprised that on the eve of our first debate, the PNP has no manifesto. I'm not hopeful that they'll do one anytime soon either, because I know, based on historical data, that they did not present one in 72, they did not present one in 76, they did not present one in 1980, and the jury is still out as to whether or not they did present a manifesto back in 1989. Not sure. But nonetheless, we all can be assured that a manifesto is not a part of their MO. They're not going to present one. I don't expect them to present one, because the truth is they operate without a plan at all times. So tonight we're going to look at some of the things that the Jamaican government has achieved, especially in the areas of local government. And we're not talking about stuff that's still located in the pipeline. We're talking about tangible achievements, stuff that is measurable, stuff that you can actually see with the naked eyes. They're not promises. They're not stuff that we're hoping that at some point will come. We're talking about stuff that has already been established, and some are in the works. So go ahead and tell your friends that we're live. We're going to take a quick break, and we're going to hop back on in a quick second. Stick and stay. We'll be right back.
North Central Clarinda. We are a resilient people, a people of strength, hope, talent, God-fearing, and proud. Our greatest challenges are no match for our sense of community. We gain strength through our unity. Our unity gives us hope. To our farmers, toiling in the morning sun, tending their fertile fields, providing sustenance to our people in these times of challenges and struggles. To our youth, excited by the promise of a greater future, motivated and innovative. To you, community members, joined together with a sense of purpose. There is hope for a better future. Let us remember the struggles and triumphs of our ancestors, the resilience of our nation. No crisis can stop our spirit, and no pandemic can kill our motivation. North Central Clarinda, one leader, one government, one people. Together, better with Nesta.
Greetings, Nalda Addy here, and today we're in the streets of Jamaica trying to find out whether or not the people know what the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is responsible for. Let's find out. Alright, Margie, so what is the Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation responsible for?
Getting jobs for people and see to it that the country run right, and see to it that everything in the best of health and wealth.
Really and truly them response everything though, Magina. Everything them response, I know.
Apparently, I think our house and water car, you don't know.
If I'm going to buy a house, I know that them can help me to get all my land title.
Yeah, man, that is correct, because they're responsible for the National Land Agency, so you're most definitely correct. Respect.
That is Andrew Holness Ministry now.
Yes, it is.
Then he responds for development and housing.
They have to deal with like Port Authority or climate change and planting trees or them some of them.
The Ministry of Economic Growth and Job Creation is responsible for implementing policies through its key portfolio areas, including housing, urban renewal, environment, climate change, works, water, land, and economic policy and investment. Visit www.megjc.gov.jm to learn more. Follow us on Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter at megjc_jm.
All right, welcome back. Welcome back, everybody. All right, so as we've said before, we're going to look at some of the developments, some of the achievements of local government in particular. There is a lot for us to talk about in terms of achievement. And like I said last week when we were here, we talked about our approach to having conversation with die-hearted comrades. There are persons in Jamaica who are fixed on whichever political party they serve. And we look at how we communicate with a die-hearted PNP. Now, we know, and just before we get into the achievement listing, we know that these guys like to argue on some very popular points. And they will put this information out there thinking that persons are not smart enough to figure out that what they're saying is inaccurate or at best just PNP propaganda. You walk on the streets and you'll talk to people who decide that, look, they've already made their mind up who they're supporting. So there's no need for you to try and convince them. But you try to have a conversation with a comrade. And the first thing they're going to tell you is that they're going to give you a list of things that they believe that Jamaica is just incapable of doing, incapable of managing, and how the Andrew Holness led administration would have let us down on certain front. When you ask them to give you information, when they talk about corruption, you said list the list of corruption. One of the first things that you will hear comrades say to you is SSL. And like I've always said to you all, when a comrade accuses the Jamaica Labour Party government of being corrupt, just simply ask them to explain to you what is the corruption you're talking about. And chances are they're going to tell you, SSL. And your follow-up question should be, explain to me how SSL becomes a government corruption. And usually when you ask a person why 3 times, you usually get the correct answer. And when you ask them to explain it to you 1 or 2 times, they're not going to have an answer for you because number one, SSL, which is a private financial investment firm, really cannot be classified as a deposit-taking institution. It's at a bank, and they'll tell you that people lodged their money in SSL and couldn't get it out. So it's a late non-starter in that conversation as it relates to corruption. They'll come back again and they'll tell you, oh, Andrew Holness house and Andrew Holness this and Andrew Holness that. All you have to do if you want to end the conversation quickly with a comrade without saying goodbye, just simply ask them to provide the evidence or to give you an example. In most cases, they are unable to do so. Why? Because their argument is fundamentally flawed and is based on perception or just mere PNP propaganda. And I have found the antidote for PNP propaganda long ago. You simply ask them to explain. And there'll be no explanation. PNP will tell you that crime is higher under the Jamaica Labour Party. And I'm saying to you, whenever they come with that argument, don't be afraid to challenge them. Ask them, explain to me, how did crime become murder, become higher under the Andrew Holness-led administration? Or even under the JLP? And if you feel like you can't handle that conversation with them, just simply ask them to go through the period from Jamaica gained independence in 1962 until 2024, and let us examine the various periods that each government would have managed Jamaica's affair. And we can look at the murder rate and we can see who is responsible for really transforming Jamaica's murder rate into becoming one of the highest per capita in the region and in the world for that matter. Those blames can be laid squarely at the feet of the PNP. Look at 1972. Between 1972 and 1980, when the PNP ruled Jamaica, the murder rate, and let us deal with the whole thing of murder, because a lot of people they are afraid of dealing with it. Some labor rights as well are a little bit reluctant to argue or to discuss or to debate this whole crime situation, because the PNP has flagged this horse to death more than once. And have they gained any mileage from it? Absolutely not. The murder rate between 1972 and 1980 was 884. 884.
When did Jamaica become the murder capital of the world?
We're getting there, man. Just hang tight for a second. We're getting there. So between 1972 and 1980, when we had the PNP administration in power, the murder rate at the end of the period was 800, Mr. Scott. 864. You can correct me if I'm wrong. Google it. There's nothing that I say tonight that you should accept without Googling. Go and do your research. Call your auntie, your uncle, your nephew, your niece. Undisputed, unchallenged facts. That's what I'm preaching tonight. So all the comrades who are lined up themselves, make us start the fact checking now. 864. And by the time we get to 1989, when we had a change of government, by the time we get to am I incorrect? By the time we get to 1989, when we had a change of government, that murder rate dipped from 864 to 439. And for all of my mathematicians out there, the math pros, that seemed to be a 50% thereabout reduction. From 864 to 439, that's about a 50% reduction in murder. So that happened under the Jamaica Labour Party. The PNP took office in 1989 and they ruled Jamaica for 18 and a half years. They did not limit office until 2007 when Bruce Golding won. That gives the PNP 18 and a half unbroken years. What? Just ask the comrade every time I come to you to talk about murder, just say slow down for a second and just ask them the very simple question. What was the murder rate in 1989 when you received government? And what was the murder rate in 2007 when you demit office? Well, let me tell you just in case you don't know. 439 in 1989. And when we got to 2007, the 18 and a half unbroken years, the murder rate at that point was 1,580. I think 1584. Thereabout. Right? Now, for the mathematicians again, what would be the percentage in terms of increase from 439 to 1584? What percentage increase is that? That's a few 100% increase. That's at least, am I at 300% there? 300% increase in murder. Now, if you have that sort of track record, under your leadership, then do you believe that you have the authority to speak to anybody about crime in Jamaica or murder? Absolutely not. The PNP would have increased Jamaica's murder rate between 1989 and 2007 by a whopping 300%. 300%, the highest increase in murder in this country. So they have absolutely zero moral authority to speak to any Jamaican or to speak to any laborite about murder and crime. So when the argument come and the conversation come up, don't let them fool you. Don't let them tell you any unanswered story, because you cannot dispute, you cannot fight against fact. You can concoct all kinds of story, you can wind up your mouth and twist and turn all you want. When the facts present itself, you cannot challenge that. And what I'm saying to you right here, right now, is factual. Factual. So don't be afraid. I know a lot of laborites sometimes be a little timid because they don't want to discuss the murder because murder is high. Yes, we had 70-odd persons died in Jamaica recently. But as bad as that look, have you ever stopped for a moment to look at what the corresponding period was last year? We ended 2023 with 7.8% reduction in murder. And if you don't want to take it by percentage, we can look at the amount of lives that were saved. There were at least 168 less persons killed in 2023 than were killed in 2022. So while 7.8% might not be a lot in terms of percentage, but let us look at the amount of Jamaicans who are alive today simply because we had a 7.8% reduction. And as God would have it, look at what the murder rate is today when compared to the same period last year, or the second month of the year, and we are boasting 50% average reduction in murder. Now, I'm not a pessimist. I'm very optimistic. I see the glass as half full. And I'm very optimistic that if this holds through to the first 5 or 6 months of 2024, I am hopeful that for the end of 2024, if we can close this year with 15 or 14% reduction, we would have doubled the effort of 2023. And that's what progress means. That's what happens when you gain positive momentum. So we started off with 7.8% in the first year, 2023, and we're looking at 2024 to double the effort. So at the end of 2024, if we could see a minimum of 14%, it means that we would have our investment in the security forces would have been paying off. The government spent what? In excess of $50 billion on national security. The highest amount we have spent on the security forces in decades. And sometimes you listen to Peter Bunting talk about national security and all that stuff. You wonder, the record will show that under Peter Phillips, he spent the least amount of money on national security. And I have a whole laundry list. I have a list here of achievement in the areas of the police. Brand new police stations, 138 to 139 police stations renovated. Some of them built brand new from scratch. We bought new boats, we bought new helicopters, all that good stuff, ballistic vests, you name it. I don't want to go down the list, but significantly to say that the Jamaica Constabulary Force and JDF would have received in excess of $50 billion in spending. And we are now seeing, say that again?
I said, time for them to clinic them, get over the clinic and refurbish the clinic.
Oh, yeah, man, we're coming to that. So on the whole national security, we would have seen the results coming in. slowly but steadily. 7.8%, and I'm very optimistic, as I said, that we will double it come 2020, end of 2024. And like I said to you, it's a blessing because today the security forces are now announcing that we to date we have a 50% average 50% reduction. Now, can you imagine if we were to hold through to the end of the year with a 50% reduction in murder? What would that look like? That would look like somewhere in the region of 500 persons killed per year. Well, for the year, that to me would be significant. That would be something for us to be proud of, something that we can boast about, and something that we can celebrate. You know, we can play politics all we want, but when it comes to presenting the facts, we have no choice. In 15 minutes, the debate will be on. So I encourage you guys to tune in and to ensure that you capture the information there, because it's going to be important for us to listen to that debate and get an understanding as to what is it that the PNP has to offer. I don't see them offering anything much, but hey, you never know. Even a dumb clock right at least once per day. So we might just be lucky. Another thing that I like to talk about is the economy, because I think a lot of people in Jamaica don't understand that for decades we've been suffering with a poor economy. Doesn't matter what party, whether it's JLP or PNP or no P. When you promise certain services to the people of Jamaica and you don't have money to get it done, you're wasting your time. No government can come and promise you to fix the ills of your community without having the requisite funds to do it. It takes cash to care. That's the word coming out of Edward Philip George Seaga back in the 1980s, where he spoke and he said, it takes cash to care. And that is as true today as it was back in the 1980s. So when the PNP governed for 18 and a half years and wrecked the economy back in the 1990s, causing us to lose 25% of GDP and cost us about 41,000 businesses that collapsed. A lot of the young people on here probably won't even know that. We had, back in the 1980s, one of the strongest, fastest growing economy. And like I said, the PNP, noted for pursuing policies that don't work, did pursue a high interest rate policy and collapse the country's economy, causing over 40,000 businesses to collapse. We have not gotten over that. I think last year was the year that we celebrated finally paying off the loan to FinSAC. But that's a period that a lot of Jamaicans, especially younger Jamaicans, don't know about. They are now enjoying a Jamaica today, but they are not sure, they are not knowledgeable of the fact that we had a period where Jamaica was on the verge of becoming a failed state. It was under the leadership of Audley Shaw, Dwight Nelson, and Don Webby, who managed the affairs at the Ministry of Finance and put together what we now know as the JDIP, Jamaica Debt Exchange. That initiative was responsible for pulling Jamaica back from the precipice of disaster. The Jamaica Debt Exchange, pioneered and engineered under the Jamaica Labour Party. So make no mistake about it. Jamaica celebrates today a thriving economy, because there were smart, prudent policies that were pursued back in 2007 that yield significantly great results. So when you talk about the economy, just simply, just like you did for crime, where you look at the longest period that the country was run by any one government, just go back again and let's take it again from the 1970s. 1972 again, when the PNP came to office, we had a debt to GDP of 18.01%. PNP took office, and by 1974, we were broke. We were broke. They pursued policies that would have ruined the economy back in the 1970s. And we moved from 18.7% growth in 1972 to negative 5%. By we reached 1980, we were negative 5%. Negative 5%. Back in 1989, when Eddie Seaga left, the economy grew again. The economy grew again. I think it is either 6.7 or 7.6% in 1989. And what happened? The PNP took office again in 1989, and they ruled from 1989 to 2007, 18 and a half consecutive years. And by 1989, the country did not grow by nothing over 0.01%. What that tells you, that the PNP administration has absolutely no clue on how to grow an economy. And if you cannot grow an economy, you cannot provide the necessary resources for your people. Because again, it goes back to what Eddie Seaga said back in the 80s. It takes cash to care. If you don't have cash, you cannot do anything at all. So when they come and they're pointing and they're talking about all these things that they want to deliver, all these things that they want to do, they cannot do it unless they have the cash. And you can only get the cash if you are able to grow the country's economy. So Jamaica with a stagnant economy, you must expect that growth and development in the country is going to be stagnant. And that has been the problem with Jamaica over the years. We've run a country that the government never focused on Jamaica's growth and development. What the PNP does is to find a way to distribute that which they did not create. They pursue policies that caters to individual as opposed to persons, to grow the economy so everybody can benefit. I had a very strange discussion today with some folks at a store. And when I asked them to explain to me why is it that they would even consider to support another party, you would be shocked. The answer they gave. But like I promised, I'm not going to get into that. We have 8 minutes to go. 8 minutes to go before the debate. I urge you guys to go there and watch the debate. There's also this booklet that I want to share with some of you. You'll be seeing this coming through your communities all over, which will sort of give you an idea of some of the government, local government achievement, significant amount of stuff here. And I encourage you guys to read it. So we're just about 7 minutes to go before we join the feed from GIS or from PBCJ, where the National Debates Commission will be hosting the national debates. Very anxious to see how this is going to play out. The Jamaica Labour Party team has Richard Vernon, the Deputy Mayor of Montego Bay, It has also Senator Charles Sinclair, and it has Venetia Phillips, Venven. And I can tell you that that's a stellar team. That's a stellar team. Jamaica Debates Commission is getting ready, folks. They're lining up. I can see their pages up and running, and they're ready to go. But it's interesting to see what will be some of the questions coming from the host and the moderators there. And it will also be interesting to see how the Jamaica Labour Party and the People's National Party participants will react and will answer these questions. Importantly, local government is about local issues. And I have a very good feeling that the Jamaica Labour Party will have a lot more that they can talk to the Jamaican people about that they have achieved. In this very booklet here, it outlined the significant amount of infirmaries that have been renovated. It says in 2023, the capacity at the St. James Infirmary increased by 40 with the addition of a male ward at a cost of 45 million. A new female ward valued at 45 million was opened at the Portland Infirmary. And these are those infirmaries. St. Elizabeth Infirmary received a new administrative block, and that was at a cost of $50 million allocated under the renovation of the St. Anne Infirmary as well. In 2022, a new $12 million kitchen was built at the Hanover Infirmary with a state-of-the-art equipment, appliance, and therapeutic park constructed at a cost of $5 million was opened in St. James Infirmary. A new 41-bed ward valued at a cost of $48 million was opened also at the Manchester Infirmary. A $300 million was allocated to upgrade infirmaries in 2018, and $700 million was committed towards the upgrading of infirmaries, expanding social programs and other. Back in 2018. Stand by, folks. We're getting ready to join the National Debate Commission 2024 debates. Yeah, so that's a synopsis on infirmaries, and the list goes on. It's a significant list, folks, and I encourage you guys to get your hands on a copy of this document, so you can have an understanding as to what local government has done. I know garbage is a vexed issue in Jamaica. When the Jamaica Labour Party came into power, there was not very many garbage trucks, only a few. A few garbage trucks that we had that were really operational. Most, if not all, were just simply out of work. But stand by, folks. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back, hopefully we can join the Debates Commission. Stand by.
My name is Noel Chang. I'm a constable attached to the Mobile Reserve Division and the JCF SWAT team. I've been a member of this team for 2 fulfilling years. The training, of course, would have helped me to grow as well. I find it to be very fulfilling playing an active role in the crime fight and in developing my nation. Join the JCF and start a career. My name is Noel Chang. I'm a constable attached to the Mobile Reserve Division and the JCF SWAT team. I've been a member of this team for 2 fulfilling years. The training, of course, would have helped me to grow as well. I find it to be very fulfilling playing an active role in the crime fight and in developing my nation. Join the JCF and start a career. My name is Noel Chang. I'm a constable attached to the Mobile Reserve Division and the JCF SWAT team. I've been a member of this team for 2 fulfilling years. The training, of course, would have helped me to grow as well. I find it to be very fulfilling playing an active role in the crime fight and in developing my nation. Join the JCF and start a career.
Natalie Nita Garvey, and Alan Bernard. Members of the panel of questioners are Janet Silvera from the Gleaner and Giovanni Dennis from the RJR News Center. I'm your moderator, Janella Precious. The guidelines for tonight's debates have been previously agreed and are posted at JamaicaDebatesCommission.com. The guidelines include that questions cannot be longer than 30 seconds. Each team is allowed 2 minutes to answer each question, and rebuttals are limited to 90 seconds. The moderator will have the latitude to raise follow-up questions for clarification only. Questioners are only allowed 2 follow-up questions to their primary question during the entire debate. Follow-up questions will be permitted at the discretion of the moderator. Where a follow-up question is asked, the team to which it is directed shall have 1 minute to answer. The other team is allowed 45 seconds to respond to the answer to a follow-up question. And where a follow-up question is asked, it shall not be interrupted, or rather, it shall not interrupt the sequence of questions posed to the respective debaters. The questions posed in tonight's debate are created solely by the panel and are not influenced by the Jamaica Debates Commission in any way. And in order to involve the wider public, we will be taking questions from social media, and these will be managed and presented by Nika Lewis from CVM TV. You can send all your questions to us via direct message on Instagram, X, and Facebook at Jamaica Debates. All social media questions will be presented to both teams for the answers. You can also view the debates being streamed live on the Jamaica Debates Commission Facebook page. Now, arising from a coin toss earlier, Team PNP will make the opening statement, while Team JLP will make the final statement at the end of the debate. And now, the 2-minute opening statement from Team PNP.
Thank you. Members of our viewing and listening audience at home and abroad, members of the media, panelists, my opponents, good evening. I want to say a special good evening to those who have not yet decided what they will do on the 26th of February. I am hoping that after tonight's debate, you will decide to vote for the PNP. I also want to make sure that you understand that the PNP has always believed in local government. We are the party that believes that local government is what drives national development. We believe that the citizen is the best and most important unit that forms our national landscape. And as such, this grassroots movement, born out of the bowels of our working class people, we have always put the citizens first, and we have always made sure that our policies and programs are driven by the citizens' needs and their demands. In the 1990s, we developed the local government reforms. A PNP government did. And that reform process is still the basis and foundation of which our local government still operates. During 2012 to 2016, we laid the 3 strategic laws, and those laws were to be able to allow for there to be a modernization of local government. But 7 years, 3 months, and 4 postponements later, we have still not seen the regulations for those laws to be enacted. We also want you to tell you tonight that change is coming, and that we are going to be leading that change. And that change is to have a better development for communities, change for better access and accountability, so that we can have better local governance for our people.
Thank you so much. Let us
His
now hear 2-minute opening statement.
Good night, Jamaica. I wish to thank you for joining us at this debate. And you will see the presentations of Team Jamaica Labour Party. And you will determine from this debate that we are the better choice for Jamaica. The Jamaica Labour Party is a proven performer. The Jamaica Labour Party has achieved much at the central and local government levels. We have improved the quality of life of Jamaicans. And many of these achievements of this party, this administration, was done without the imposition of new taxes from 2017, a tremendous achievement in itself. From the perspective of local government, we can look on achievements, and I will list just a few in this opening. In respect to roads, we have rehabilitated, fixed the roads that lead to your home, over 2,500 roads. And can you imagine when the Spark program, that $40 billion program announced by the Honorable Prime Minister, comes into fruition, your community roads will be dealt with, and dealt with effectively and to your suit and satisfaction. We have improved the fire service by the acquisition of over 40 new fire trucks. We have improved the garbage collection service with the acquisition of over 100 trucks. We have employed, through the Youth Summer Employment Program, over 50,000. And I submit to you that we are doing our best. More to be achieved. Vote for us come February 26th. Vote Jamaica Labour Party. Put your X beside the bed and let us partner to build you and your community.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Our first question tonight comes from Janet Silvera, and it will be directed to Team PNP.
Good evening. Should the direct election of mayors be extended beyond the Portmore municipality as other corporations? And does a recent Blue Dot poll revealing that 49% of respondents are unaware of their mayor not raise questions about the relevance and effectiveness about those who hold that position?
Thank you. It is clear that Team PNP and the government then in 2001, when we embarked on the consultations with the people of Portmore, and it was through their determination, along with the government at the day, that there should have been a directly elected mayor. We believe in the directly elected mayor, and if we had not lost in 2007, that process would have continued. The truth is, at the end of the day, it is something that we are going to be continuing because we understand the importance of giving the citizen his voice and being able to directly elect their own mayor to serve their own business.
In addition, we want to make it unequivocally clear that citizens' participation is important to local governance. And that statistics that you would have mentioned suggests that people, the citizens of this country, do not engage with the process. This administration, the JLP administration, has single-handedly and intentionally gutted citizen participation from the local governance process. A prime example is the way in which the national parish development committees have been gutted. The CDCs have been neutered. SDC itself has been emasculated with political interference. And that has been one of the key reasons why you have not been seeing the levels of citizens' engagement. All these mechanisms that have been in place in the Local Government Reform Act have been neutered by this JLP administration. A PNP administration is ready to make those changes, is ready for citizens' engagement. We are the party that has been at the forefront of citizens' engagement in the local government process. This has always been the case.
Thank you. JLP, your rebuttal.
The Jamaica Labour Party is definitely not averse to directly elected mayor, but Jamaica, over 20 years of pilot, and the PNP is still talking about when they get into office, they will go ahead with directly elected mayor. Yes, we on this side believe in engagement, we believe in performance, and we believe in communication. The model in Portmore has not worked. As we said, we're not averse, but we, of course, intend to engage with the people, follow up with the action that is affirmative and representative of the views of the people. Unlike our friends on the PNP, it is not what we believe, but what you believe is in your best interest. That is what this Jamaica Labour Party government is committed to.
I am amazed to hear my friends on that side speaking to the fact that if they won in 2007, they would have done certain things in Portmore. But they forgot that they won in 2012. So they had ample time to correct whatever they see as wrong with Portmore. The PNP is just talk, no action. We, on the other hand, we have demonstrated that we are better managers of the economy, both at the central and the local government level. And when you vote for us, we will continue to work on your behalf, building for you and your communities.
Giovanni, thank you so much. Giovanni has the second question, and it will go to Team JLP.
Good evening. Neither party has presented a local government manifesto to the electorate. In 2016, former mayor of Mapen, the now deceased Milton Brown, said in this very room that within 3 months after if the JLP won, that a manifesto would be provided. Yet here we are without a clear, written and published roadmap by which the public can judge you, the both of you. What do you say to Jamaicans who find this as insulting?
The Jamaica Labour Party has in fact completed its manifesto. The publication of that manifesto will be made available soon. The reality is a manifesto is not a static document, it's a working document. And so you referenced 2016. We have to remain current and conversant with the issues of the people of Jamaica. And so the consultation has taken place and the manifesto has been completed and at the appropriate time will be made available to the people of Jamaica.
I would just like to speak on something that was sent by Team PNP. They mentioned the Social Development Commission. The Social Development Commission was underfunded by the PNP when they were in government. They were given from central government, from the Ministry of Local Government, a mere $10 million outside of their budgetary allocation. Since 2016 and Minister Mackenzie taking the reins of government, the Social Development Commission has been transformed. Last year, $148 million was provided to the Social Development Commission. The Social Development Commission led a local economic sustainable development program where over 13,000 Jamaicans were given training in business and provided with funds to whether assist them in the business they are in or to develop a new business. The PNP cannot speak to the SDC. They have done nothing for the SDC. But on the other hand, the Jamaica Labour Party has transformed the SDC, and the SDC is all over Jamaica in the various communities, developing the communities, building for you and your communities through local government and through the SDC.
Team PNP, your rebuttal.
Team JLP is beer fluff. Let's examine the fact. The funds you spoke about was created by a disciplined approach by the PNP administration of 2016. So I'm happy that you can talk about performance and money spent, but let's examine the fact. The last 7 years, what have you done? You have been in power 13 of the last 17 years. So what more do you expect or anticipate if you are not delivered? I will use a cricket jargon. If you are given a wicket to bat on, you need to score runs. You can't blame Team PNP for not scoring runs. So you pinch a single here, you pinch a single there. It is difficult to talk about $40 billion when you inherited that from Team PNP fiscal management. The space was created by us, and so you are now enjoying the benefit of that. I make no apology. What you know inherit is a quick Team PNP work of art under the leadership of Dr. Peter Phillips. I have no apologies to say. You talk about performance, but let's chronicle the performance.
On the issue of the Social Development Commission, Jamaica Labour Party has a practice of making grand announcements. And
All right, so the question that Giovanni posed is, where is your manifesto? So we've heard from Team JLP. It will be published soon. Where is your manifesto?
Our manifesto is completed and will also be published soon. But there's more to a manifesto than just words and promises.
All right, thank you. All right, so we're going to take a question now from social media. And Nika, what do you have for us?
So our first social media question this evening: what are your party's plans in relation to the development of sustainable infrastructure in rural communities, to include focusing on lack of piped water and deplorable roads?
I will invite Team PNP to answer first.
Firstly, we are presenting tonight to the people of Jamaica a contract as to what we will get done. 2% of GDP to fund local government is what we're proposing. 2% of the current GDP will give you $20 billion, of which each municipal division will have $87.7 million to do more for its citizens. Starved of cash, we have been starved of policy, and we're saying that as a progressive organization, we put people at this. More resources, we better be able to address your roads. Our roads are in the worst condition in our history. our garbage not being collected, and nothing has been done for mitigation. So a new PNP administration will get the requisite funding from central government to undertake the cost of providing the critical services.
Ensure that there's going to be accountability at every level. And so we are insisting that there will be a divisional development fund for every single parish council division across Jamaica. A divisional development fund which will be similar to the constituency development fund, where there will have to be a development plan for each division. And that development plan will have to come with the scrutiny and consultation required to include participation from the citizens. It is important. It's important that Team JLP understands that what we consider to be the vital part of our development must be at the local level. The street lights that I hear recently being spoken of, that they have been mismanaging for so long, paying for street lights that we don't have, is an indictment and a failure of this Jamaica Labour Party government.
All right, thank you so much. Team JLP, your rebuttal.
The Jamaica Labour Party does not just talk. We are about action. And when you look on what we have done in respect to the creation of the development orders right across Jamaica, we have set in place how development should take place in the particular spaces that they take place. But we move beyond that, and we look on what has been put onto the ground in areas in Hanover, deep rural Hanover, Chambers Pen, where you are seeing a complete development plan for that area, which includes developing the water systems there. $250 million is being put
started
on a rural part of St. James in Flower Hill under rural water. We have invested over $100 million to get sustainable water supply into Flower Hill, a community that has hundreds of residents, a community that has been without water for 30 years. The Jamaica Labour Party has used the resources wisely. We are building communities. We are going to continue to build communities, build Jamaica in a sustainable way.
If I may add, the Jamaica Labour Party has recently announced a $40 billion road program, the SPARK program, which will be fixing community roads over the next 2 years. Each constituency will have a minimum of $150 million. I never knew that within my lifetime, a government of Jamaica could spend $40 billion without borrowing like my colleagues on that side.
All right, thank you so much. Things are definitely heating up here in studio, so we now take a break and invite you to stay tuned.
The Local Government Debates 2024 are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Ever had a conversation with your past self? Looking back at all the things you did right. The best thing I ever did was saving with that JN individual retirement scheme. That was genius, because retirement will last longer than people think. Good thing I start from early. No, me have the fun to enjoy some freedom. Oh, by the way, should I take more pictures while I still had hair upon my head? Yeah, man. I did good, bro.
Do your future a favor. Contact JN Life and ask about the JN Individual Retirement Scheme today.
There's a clear vision for our company and our role in Jamaica's economy. Here at Petrojam, we remain true to our mandate, serving Jamaica's energy needs reliably and competitively. We know all things are connected and life is always unfolding. And so our focus has always been on a fundamental element, the human element. It's the element that drives our commitment to our valued customers, that fuels Jamaica's energy security. Petrojam, building our nation, touching lives.
For 21 years, the Jamaica Debates Commission has been serving you to strengthen our democracy. The staging of election debates between political candidates prior to national elections is our simple but important mission. Our team of volunteers, sponsors, the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, Media Association Jamaica, and the political parties have made this possible. Thank you for your faith and the privilege to serve. The Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Lasco Chin Foundation, helping hands for a better Jamaica.
Why should we be interested in local government?
Local government forms that part of the public administration which is closest to our everyday activities and existence. The roads we walk or drive on, the markets in which we buy our supplies, the barbershops and hairdressing salons in which we obtain services, and the drains and gullies which form part of our community. These are all the responsibility of local government authorities to maintain and or monitor.
Sweet, sweet Jamaica. More than just beaches and sea, Jamaica. We are talking about the heart of Jamaica. The Miss Birdie bun and cheese during Easter. The Jerkman pan the corner. Cold stove, a bun coconut drops. Domino Alex with 6. Pop, pop, pop. Wash off your heart with jelly water, cool and nice. Catch the daylight while the sun high. Ah. Sweet, sweet Jamaica. Old or young, it don't matter. Just know we're there for one another. Country or town, we don't care where you went. As Jamaicans, we know that love is the best ingredient.
The Local Government Debates 2024 are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission in association with JN Group. We'll help you find a way. Petrojam, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Welcome back to the first in a series of 2 local government debates presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote. And if you're just joining us, welcome. We now invite Janet Silvera to start this segment with a question for Team JLP.
Thank you. Team JLP, millions of dollars in recurrent or ad hoc funding are channeled yearly to MPs and not councillors. Should there be a significant reorientation in funding allocation to councillors to give them supreme responsibility and accountability for grassroots underground issues such as bush clearing, road patching, and so on?
Well, funding comes from different sources, and there are designated funds that comes to the municipal corporations in the form of the parochial revenue fund. Now, members of parliament also, they have to serve people. So in every case, members of parliament basically serves the same people. Now, what is interesting is that members of parliament, they cannot spend the funds themselves. The funds have to go through an agency. So in many respects, you find that funds that is allocated to a member of parliament, it is still spent through the municipal corporations. So the funds that are available from the taxpayers of Jamaica under the Jamaica Labour Party, we are accountable in respect to all those funds, whether through members of parliament, whether through what comes to the municipal corporations directly. We are accountable. We have shown to the Jamaican people, unlike the PNP, where in Manchester, at Manchester Municipal Corporation, over $400 million has been missing, and the PNP, up to today, has not accounted for those funds The deputy mayor had to resign. Over in Hanover, the accountability in relation to their funds, they had issues. The mayor had to resign. No JLP-led municipal corporation has found themselves in that situation. The funds come, the funds go where it is needed, in the service of the people, fixing roads, doing verge cleaning, doing things in the service of Jamaicans.
Team PNP, your rebuttal?
I'm glad you went there, because if you look at the corruption index, it has skyrocketed under the GLP. So let us address that. 7.5 years to date, not one internal audit report. 7.5 years to date, no internal audit has been done. How can you then talk about corruption? Your mayor of Centon had to resign. Your mayor at Centon had to resign. The GLP-led municipality has not ordered commission any audit. The Manchester Municipal Corporation, under the leadership of a PNP mayor, ordered that audit. What was the findings of the audit? 4 civil servants went to jail. Not one member of the PNP was marred in any controversy as it relates to those. Let me come back to the Kingston Municipal Corporation. An IG report has been buried, as you have buried local government in 86. You have transformed it in 86 from what it was to cemetery. So we were mere undertakers. You can't, with a straight face, talk to the Jamaican people about corruption. I beg you not. I am also prepared to say
Thank
to you and to put
so
it.
much. But I think the question, Janet, it had to do with how the monies are allocated. And with respect, neither of you have answered the question. Do
Right.
you believe that the money should be allocated differently? So, Team PNP, I will go with you first, and then Team JLP, I will, you
Would
have
you like me to ask it over?
Sure.
Okay, so the money, we see a lot of money being channeled yearly to MPs and not councillors. Should there be a significant reorientation in funding allocation to councillors to give them supreme responsibility and accountability for grassroots on-the-ground issues such as clearing of bushing, road patching, etc.?
The adequacy of resources is always going to be a challenge. How funds are allocated, however, between the office of the Member of Parliament and that of the parish councils, we do not necessarily see a conflict, because in fact, you have to recall that divisions makes up constituencies. And so there must be a dovetailing of the works that we carry out in the interest of the people. And so while an argument can be made as to whether or not, from a budgetary standpoint, there may be a propping up, you have to understand that you have supplementals that go to the Ministry of Local Government during the year from time to time, but you do, as my colleague said earlier, have different sources from which local authorities are funded. It's
Thank
the
you
management
so much.
of...
Thank you so much. Team PNP, your rebuttal.
The country dirty. The communities are dark. Our markets are distasteful and not a place conducive to do business, or have our women sitting in muck and not having proper sanitary conveniences. Our minor water supply is in shambles. Our entombed springs are the worst they have ever been. Our garbage collection is at the very bottom. I have schools and people who have not had garbage collection for more than 1 year. The people need the services, and the local government is starved of resources. Yes, the funding must be reallocated so that local government can step up and play the role it was
Thank you so
intended
much.
to do.
We have a question now from Giovanni, and it will be directed to Team PNP.
The Opposition People's National Party has been criticizing the KCMC's building approval processes and decisions given recent controversial developments. But in January 2022, the PNP councillors at the KSAMC resigned from the Building and Planning Committee because of what they call its lack of integrity, transparency, and efficacy. Now, how do we take the opposition seriously in its criticisms when PNP councillors have been refusing to do their jobs to provide oversight on this important committee?
Let me take that. I was the first member of the PNP to resign from the committee. Why? Immediately after a building meeting, I got a call to announce to me that I am blocking a developer. Similarly, a colleague of mine on the other side got a similar call and who had to get security. I am not going to put my life at stake for rapacious and dishonest staff members who would have seen it necessary to alert a developer that we had questioned about his or her approval. We are pro-developers and we will support developers, but we will not be placed in the pocket of any developers. It is not about all costs. It's about to do what is right, the principle, and we will stick by that. If you notice also that since we have removed ourselves from there, look at the multiple lawsuit. Look at what the mayor said, that he's investigating himself. I've never heard that in my life. And so, yes, you can deem us reneging our responsibility, but until the state can provide sufficient security for us to do our job, I am taking the way of preserving myself and my family, not to expose myself to rapacious and cruel developers.
Just to add to that, let it be clear that in 2019, there were local and international partners who came together to formulate the building codes. Until today, no regulations have been put in place, and so they are toothless. Toothless. No enforcement can be taken because you have not laid those regulations.
Thank you so much. Team JLP, your rebuttal.
Jamaica, as someone who has been on both sides of the political aisle, in this regard, I can speak with authority on this one. My friend in council is disingenuous. As a matter of fact, the person who posed the question, I may want to add that not only in 2022 did the PNP resign from the building committee, but I believe it was in 2013 or 14, while the People's National Party's administration was in office in the KSAMC, the PNP also resigned from itself. The building committee resigned, yes, Jamaica, under the People's National Party. When you charged us with the responsibility to take decisions on your behalf, may I dare say that the building committee is not just about developers. The remit far extends beyond that. But if my friend would have sat in those committee meetings, he would have learned much. The reality is the checks and balances have been put in place. They speak so much about the 3 strategic laws. Those laws has assisted us to also restructure our operations so that we can effectively serve you with transparency and accountability. And yes, the issue to which my colleague alluded, the mayor of Kingston was correct. It was our internal mechanisms that detected the flaws in our system.
Thank you so much. Social media also has burning questions. Nika?
Thanks, Janella. That's so true because our question is via direct messaging from Kingston. Andrew wants to know what will be done to establish a more transparent process of awarding contracts or subcontracting government-funded jobs versus the current process by which friends and alleged dons are being awarded.
Team JLP, you have the first shot at this one.
With regards to the process of awarding contracts, each corporation has a procurement committee. No councillor chairs that procurement committee. So there is a clear and transparent process in the awarding of contracts. we have to submit a quarterly report to the Integrity Commission surrounding our contract award process. So it is a clear process. We do not, based on the process, it does not allow for this level of corruption that is being perceived by the public.
And when you look on what it is that persons have to do, so when you look in the Sunday papers, generally you will find that advertisements are put out where persons make submissions, and they have to, the applicant, persons who are making the submissions, they themselves have to satisfy certain requirements, especially when the contracts are at particular dollar values. So we have also in the internal systems, the internal auditor. So that's a check and balance that exists in relation to the award of contracts. We have the Auditor General, who can step into any municipal corporation, and in fact has stepped into municipal corporations to ensure that the process that is put out in respect to the award of contracts, that it complies with the laws that exist, and that it is fair and transparent. And now we have the Integrity Commission. They can do the same. And when we take note that the Integrity Commissions Act was passed by the Jamaica Labour Party, we stand firm that there will be no corruption in the award of contracts or the giving of contracts to dons.
Thank you so much, Team PNP.
Let me put that to the test. Since my colleague went there, I don't intend to make this debate about her, but you sat with us and you was critical of how things were managed. For example, the mayor's personal assistant is now the procurement manager. We have not had consecutive meetings either of the accounts committee or the properties committee. We as PNP will say to the Jamaican people, our accountability, our inclusiveness will ensure that you're at the table. Let me go further. The statute declares that you should share your findings and your budget to the people for 5 years. We have not had one. The IG report has not been tabled in the commission. We are saying the most deceptive and the most dark administration is this one. And I make no apologies for it, because how dare you to talk about transparency when you have no audit report, you have no internal audit report, you have not shared the damning report from the Auditor General, neither have you shared the report from the Integrity Commission, but you're investigating yourself. I find it a clear mockery.
One of the major issues with transparency in the local government process is the systematic exclusion of people, of the community from the process. The three laws you spoke about entrenched in the local government process a role for citizen participation. And when you have neutered the local public accounts committee, when you have single-handedly...
And we would have to end it right there because it's now time for a break. No, it's not time for the break? No. Oh, I was told it's not time for the break. I'm sorry about that. Janet has the next question for the People's National Party, for the Jamaica Labour Party, I'm sorry.
You sure? Again?
That's what I was told.
Okay. Thank you very much. Should councillor candidates have minimum academic qualifications? Please expound.
Let me say this. I believe that councillors should have certain characteristics. We are in a democratic process. And the fact that a person does not have a PhD does not disqualify one from participating in the democratic process. You have many persons who represent communities well. And I will start with my father. My father served as a councillor for many years in Montego Bay. And he became the mayor He rose to be the president of the Senate, and my father did not have a tertiary education. But many persons would not understand that because he was eloquent in his speech, he performed with integrity, he performed in the service of the people. And if the person has that characteristic, go out to do service, service beyond what was said by Eve, my friend. Put your life on the line if needs be, because you put yourself in that position, asking the people to vote for you to serve them. Do not remove yourself from the process. We saw that in St. James when 2 PNP councillors abandoned the people after they were elected. So, qualification, integrity, honesty, emotional intelligence, and a seriousness about working for the people. And I can commit that the candidates that the Jamaica Labour Party has on its slate going into this local government election are persons with that type of characteristic.
Academics, we're a stickler for education, and academics is important, no doubt. But we also believe that experiential learning has value. And so we will not discount someone
Thank you so
for
much,
the absence
Team
of
TMP.
academics.
Your rebuttal?
Over the years, as someone who has served at the local government level for 9 years, and I've now served at the parliamentary level for some 16 years, I'm very clear that there must be a certain level of academic achievement to be able to read some of the bills that we are presented with, to be able to assist with legislation, to be able to help your people and to guide them in the right path. Yes, on-the-ground learning is important. Yes, your passion for people is critical, because no matter how much education you have, if you don't love people like them on that side, you won't go very far. Because when you talk about deception, it was my friend in the last debate who said that the most deceptive government was the Jamaica Labour Party government, who also said that she is no part of the deception team. So I want to know is that she has sold out to the deception, because tonight I know that the People's National Party remains that party that is going to field a cadre of strong, effective, and hardworking councillors who will have the minimum qualification that is required to get the job done.
Competencies is important. I want to clarify a point that was made by my colleague. No 2 PNP councillors deserted the council. That's not true. There were extraneous circumstances that we know that. So no 2 PNP councillors deserted the council in St. James.
Thank you so much. Giovanni has the next question for Team PNP.
This is somewhat of a follow-up from the question from our viewer, Andrew, who asked a question about contracts and tendering. February 2020 implemented a contract. Now, the direct contracting procurement procedures was applied rather than the limited tender procurement procedures. Now, what policies are being put in place to root out this long-standing practice that facilitates nepotism and cronyism in local government?
You know, one of the things that we have agreed as a team that we will do is to publish our books in the newspaper, so the people of Jamaica can be a part of what happens in the local authorities. You must be able to move along with us and see where your tax dollar is being spent. We are going to put all the checks and balances in place to ensure that the people of Jamaica, through participatory democracy, come on board and hold us all accountable by allowing our PDCs, or CDCs, or community-based organizations to be a part of the accountability process. They must know where we are spending their money. They must be able to ask questions, and they must be able to get the answers. We are committed to doing this.
We are further committed to ensure that the public is integral in what we do. And so they will be at the table to have oversight about how we apportion things. And that is critical as per the statute. Section 30D set out clearly how we manage resources at the local level. What we are not able to do is to guarantee that the administration to my right would allow it to happen. For 5 years, they have not engaged the public. For 5 years, we have not had an approved budget from our parent ministry. We are guaranteeing in our contract with the people that those become the norm.
I want to reinforce the point that is being made here. Every time this point comes up, my colleagues laugh. My colleagues to my right, I'm referring to, they laughed at the point of citizens' participation. It is very important to hold the parish council accountable. We will reinstate the local public accounts committee to give some insights into
Thank
what
you
the
so
budgetary
much,
process is
Team
at the
JLP,
local government
your
level.
rebuttal.
Thank you very much. I'd just like to explain to my colleague why we are laughing. We are laughing at the ridiculous arguments that are coming from that side. You are all over the place.
Absolutely.
In answering the question, though, Hanover Municipal Corporation, we are aware of all the things that have transpired there. The best of systems can be in place, but when you have corrupt persons managing those systems, then that is when you have these problems. A mayor in Hanover has had to resign because she gave a contract, a PNP mayor at the time gave a contract to a family member to buy a fridge for her mother. If that is not corruption, I don't know what is corruption. So we have the systems in place, but we have the corrupt persons on that side managing those systems and manipulating them. And that is one of the problems. They are over there. All they are speaking to is lies and deception. And they are answering no questions. I want to ask Jamaica a question. Would you replace Desmond McKenzie with Natalie Nita Garvey?
Absolutely.
I'm sure the answer is no. Because they are over there just waffling and waffling.
Every day of the week.
They look are also
So question. Are you going to put in place to root out nepotism and cronyism? So are you saying, therefore, that you don't intend to implement any?
Madam Moderator, is that when you look in a municipal corporation, the systems are there, the policies are there. As I went down, we have the...
Thank you so much. We have some questions now from social media. Nika?
Thanks, Janella. Is the AC still on down there? Now, this question is from Instagram. What strategies will be implemented to manage the budget to ensure fiscal responsibility within local government? And that...
We're going to Team PNP. You get the first go.
Thank you. The Tree Strategic Law is clear as to how we manage proceeds. We will stick to the role of the three strategic laws. One, we will have public and private person on our team to ensure oversight. The funding that comes in cannot be willingly apportioned. For example, you talk about lies and deception. Let's examine that. The current mayor of the Kingston and St. Andrews Municipal Corporation, his procurement officer was his personal assistant. Refute that. Secondly, and most importantly, you're talking about cronyism. A contract was awarded to bring carpet for the Ward Theatre, which requires a bond to be placed. To date, $42 million later, no bond has been presented. Let's talk about corruption. Let's talk about cronyism, because we live it at the KCMC.
I don't know. I'm flabbergasted that this team could really speak about corruption, and I'm floored. The truth is, no PNP minister of government has ever gone to prison. We can talk about it for selling farm work. None. Let's talk about it. If people are not going to be 100, and we're never going to be able to hold every single person accountable, but the systems have to be in place so that the people can judge us and so that we can hold people accountable. It is absolutely ludicrous to think that every person is going to be as honest as we'd like them to be. It is, however, clear to me, no? It is, however, very clear
Thank
to
you
me
so much.
that the youth
Team
care scandal,
JLP, your
the
response.
education, Ministry of Education,
Thank you
Jamaica.
so much, Team JLP, your response.
Jamaica, I know that for a moment you wondered whether or not we were in the same room and you enjoyed that moment of deflection. But the question was about the policies that would be implemented. Team JLP, yes, Team JLP, because that's your Team Jamaica. We intend to engage. Then we perform based on that engagement with you, and we communicate with you to ensure that what we're doing is in sync what you intend for us to do. My colleague on the other side keeps harping about the movement of a member of staff in a municipality. Lateral and even upward mobility in organizations is standard. In fact, we should encourage them. And so I'd also like to apprise you, Jamaica, that there's something called an establishment committee. That's the committee that is responsible for ratifying employees. It is a bipartisan committee. So that explains. This is the moment for amazing grace, where I say to my friends, I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. So no, it's not deception. Experience teaches wisdom. And one day I pray that wisdom will visit upon my friends and they will join us on this side as we continue the sensible management of the business of the people of Jamaica. We are the administration that is committed to building you and to building your communities. How do we do that? Through engagement, through performance, and through communication.
I would just like to touch on something that was said earlier. My colleagues on that side, they obviously believe in plagiarism. They spoke to a divisional fund. Now, this is something the Jamaica Labour Party started in 2010 under the Bruce Golding administration. We got it for 2 years. It was $300,000 per year. Fast forward to 2016, Desmond McKenzie came up with the Municipal Social Assistance Program. We now get back to school, we get housing assistance, we have a secretary and burial
Thank you
assistance.
so much,
It's the
Mr.
same fund.
Crary. Thank you so much, Mr. Crary. We will now take a real break now. It's time for a short break. It's getting hot in here. We invite you to please stay tuned.
The Local Government Debates 2024 are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
There's a clear vision for our company and our role in Jamaica's economy. Here at Petrojam, we remain true to our mandate, serving Jamaica's energy needs reliably and competitively. We know all things are connected and life is always unfolding. And so our focus has always been on a fundamental element, the human element. It's the element that drives our commitment to our valued customers, that fuels Jamaica's energy security. Petrojam, building our nation, touching lives.
JN Bank Small Business Loans is linked to so many stories of ordinary Jamaicans and their extraordinary success.
We're very proud to have helped small, medium, and micro businesses come to life and thrive over the years.
It's a demonstration of our strong belief in the business ambitions of Jamaicans.
And how we believe in JN Bank Small Business Loans.
Come, talk to us. Tell us your business. Let's start a partnership and let your business plans appear in real life.
Did you know you can vote without your new voter ID card? Once you're registered to vote, that is, your name is on the voters list, you can vote in the upcoming local government election. If you don't have your new ID card, simply go to your polling station on election day and our trained election day workers will assist you. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Office of Jamaica.
Sweet, sweet Jamaica. More than just beaches and sea, Jamaica. We are talking about the heart of Jamaica. The Miss Birdie Bun and Cheese during Easter. The jerk man on the corner. Cold stove, a bunty coconut drops. Domino and leg for 6. Pop, pop, pop. Wash off your heart with jelly water, cool and nice. Catch the daylight while the sun high. Ah. Sweet, sweet Jamaica. Old or young, it don't matter. Just know we're there for one another. Country or town, we don't care where you went. As Jamaicans, we know that love is the best ingredients.
Lasco Chin Foundation, helping hands for a better Jamaica.
For 21 years, the Jamaica Debates Commission has been serving you to strengthen our democracy. The staging of election debates between political candidates prior to national elections is our simple but important mission. Our team of volunteers, sponsors, the Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, Media Association Jamaica, and the political parties have made this possible. Thank you for your faith and the privilege to serve. The Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
The Local Government Debates 2024 are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission in association with JN Group. We'll help you find a way. Petrojam, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Welcome back to the first in a series of 2 local government debates presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote. If you're just joining us, welcome. We now invite Janet Silvera to start this segment with a question for Team PNP.
Thank you. Team PNP, several municipal divisions have been without councillors because they have died. Do you back a legislative fix to force local government by-elections within 3 to 6 months of a councillor dying or leaving office otherwise? Say why.
And this Jamaica Labour Party would want you to believe that they believe in local government, when in fact the 2016 amendments would have clearly spoken to the election being held after 4 years. Yet, for 7 years and 3 months, 4 postponements later, we have had councillors who have died, councillors who have migrated, and councillors who are waiting to retire because they are burnt out and can't leave. And the fact of the matter is, if we are not able to fix that, and we will, because we will lay those regulations within the first 100 days of being in office, because we believe in local government and we will make it happen. It cannot be that we want to continue with the uncertainty of an election day, because it causes chaos. It causes unnecessary delays in our businesses. And we want to ensure that we are the government who will fix it, and we will.
Commitment to local government is not relevant to my colleague. And I say this, I make the point. When the question was posed about their own views with the difference between funding for a member of parliament and funding for councillors, they waffled. We have no difficulty because we understand the demarcation between central government and local government. And that is why we are saying in our contract to the Jamaican people that we are going for 2% of the central government budget to finance or underwrite the services that the people deserve, which they are not getting. And so a PNP administration has said, and we'll repeat, we will ask for 2% of central government budget to finance local government.
The truth is, they continue to say they're spending more, but they are delivering
Thank you so
far
much,
less.
Team JLP. Your rebuttal.
You know, a comment was made by my colleague. Can you replace Desmond McKenzie with Nita Garvey? And the answer clearly is no, because she does not know that there exists already in the legislation the issue that was posed the premise of the question. Now, when you talk about delays, they have no moral authority to speak on that issue. They delayed local government elections on three occasions for political expediency. Labour Party, yes, we also caused a delay in the elections, not caused by us, but we had COVID, never seen before pandemic, and that contributed to a delay in the elections. And we move forward in relation to the delays when we had to look on lives and livelihoods. They speak about the general election. Well, let us give you the answer to that. Because in that pandemic, which affected people, affected the country in a serious way, $70 billion was lost. We had to have a mandate so that the government could make the hard decisions that was
Thank you
needed
so
to
much.
take us
And
through
Janet
the COVID
has
crisis.
a follow-up question to Team PNP.
Yes. Is the PNP trying to say to us then that you have never had a councillor that has left office and you have kept that space unattended for months, maybe years? Is that what the PNP
No,
is
the
trying to
PNP
say?
is definitely not trying to say that, but we did come together in 2016 and agree in law that this would not continue. We agreed in law. And when you talk about deception, there it is. And tonight, it seems to me that they come for me particularly. So if it's me you come for, let me tell you this. My service is to people and for the people. And the truth is, when you keep a division without representation for so many years, you deprive them of the basic necessities. You deprive them of key deliverables, key services to make their lives better. And that is what you have succeeded in doing. You have failed the people of those divisions. You have failed the people of Jamaica, and we will make the change.
Time come for an end to mockeries and phrases. Councillor Phillips, when you go back to August Sound, ask Dada.
All right,
Time
so
come
Team
for an end to mockeries and
JLP has
phrases.
45 seconds to respond or to rebut.
Let me say this. As I said earlier, 2 councillors in St. James abandoned their post by not turning up for 3 consecutive council meetings. At 3 months, they missed the general council meeting. Now, what happens in a situation like that? And that is where we are confident that what we have in place with civil society, the parish development committees, the CDCs, representation of communities is not done only by a person who is elected. Representation of communities is much broader than that. And we have engaged PDCs in respect to those communities that
Thank you
fell in
so
that
much,
situation
sir.
in St. James.
Thank you so much. Giovanni has the next question to Team JLP.
In the 2016 local government debates, Desmond McKenzie in this very room said that, quote, discussions are well advanced to make Negril into a municipality. It's been close to 8 years and there has been no significant progress on this. When, if at all, is this going to happen?
With regards to other municipalities, the Prime Minister would be on record stating that the government is looking at a municipality in Negril. Negril straddles 2 parishes, Westmoreland and Hanover. And the consultations in Negril, persons there would like to see Negril have their own municipality. I'll give an example. A brand new market was to be constructed in Negril. The Westmoreland Municipal Corporation was to do the relocation of a few vendors in order to clear the land to accommodate the new market. To date, the money is in place and the market has not yet started. Had Negril had its own municipality, I am sure this would not have been the case. So yes, the government is looking at other municipalities. It is something we have under active consideration. We believe in participatory governance, and we will continue to consult with the people on these issues, and we will, at the appropriate time, these decisions will be taken.
And that confirms the position, contrary to what has been said by our opponents from across the floor, that this administration of the Jamaica Labour Party looks on dealing with situations that impact upon particular spaces, that we have consultation And that discussion is taking place in relation to Negril, and as my friend has said, in relation to other areas in other parishes. But we have to have the discussion at the base so that the people are coming along with us. And it is not that we are doing from a top down to impose something on them that they would not appreciate or understand.
All right, so Giovanni has a follow-up question, but I will allow the PNP to rebut.
Do you hate recording or having to order voiceovers? How cool would it be to be able to just enter your text and get a perfect sounding voiceover created for you in a snap? With a cool voice like mine.
Or a deep British voice like mine.
Or a female voice like mine.
Hey, I'm Joey, and I'm one of the 30 AI voices from Speechalo. Thanks to the AI neuro-linguistic engine from Speechalo, I'm able to add inflections in my voice, speak a bit faster, or emphasize words exactly like a normal human being would do. Click the link below to find out more about Speechalo and profit from our one-time payment and the 63% discount.
The action that you are now taking, because you're trying to say that you are going to do all of these things by promising Jamaica what you have not done in 8 years to do them tomorrow morning. The truth is, we pioneered the first directly elected mayor. We have shown you how it is done. We have committed ourselves, worked through the process, consulted with the citizens, and made it happen. And we'll make it happen again. And not just for Negril, but for many other areas. We have done it already, and we'll do it again.
In addition, I just want to make this point again, unequivocally clear. Here, my colleagues across the floor speaking about participatory governance. I hear my colleagues speaking about the work that they have been doing with the PDCs, the parish development committees, and the CDCs. These are all platitudes. Nothing is happening on the ground in relation to citizens participating in the local government process. Your own poll, the recent national polls that put out show that a significant majority of people do not know what the role of their councillors are. They do not even know who their mayors are. And you are here talking about participatory governance. Every single time I raise the point, you giggled, you quipped. And now you're saying that you're supporting
Thank you so
the
much.
SDC,
Giovanni
supporting the
has a
PDC.
follow-up question.
All right, so with respect, Mr. Sinclair, Mr. Query, you're both saying in terms of the consultations are taking place or should be taking place with stakeholders, not a top-down approach, but the stakeholders from Negril have indicated for more than a decade actually, that they want to be a municipality. Mr. Mackenzie in 2016 said that discussions are, and I'm quoting him directly here, discussions are well advanced. The question is what timeline, when will it happen? When will it be made into a municipality?
Discussions that would have ensued, as you referenced 10 years ago, would not necessarily in all its facets be relevant now. And so we are an administration that is consistent in remaining relevant and ensuring that we consult the people in a timely manner in order to realize things in a proficient way. The discussion surrounding making municipalities of Negril and other spaces is a work in progress. We are definitely not against making a municipality of these spaces, but we have to make sure that those spaces are properly retrofitted so that it can serve its purpose. The model in Portmore had been a pilot for over 20 odd years. We are not averse to directly elected mayor, but that model has not proven to be the best. My friend has said that they have shown us how it's done. And if that's how you show us how it's done by a failed model, then certainly it is important for us to engage in the requisite consultation.
Thank
it
you
is
so
this
much, Team
administration.
PNP. You have 45 seconds for your rebuttal.
Governance by announcement is what is typical of the GLP. Let us test it. $40 million was pledged to do road works. There are 50% or more of those constituencies who are yet to receive those allocations over a year. Again, We were promised housing allowance, housing grants. None of that happens. People in my own division continue to press, Councillor, when are we going to get the housing grant? It is missing in action, as is the minister. My colleague would like you to believe that they are consulting with the public.
And
There's
we
no
have
such consultation.
a question now. We have a question now from social media. Nika?
Yes. So this question is from Facebook. In the case where 60% of the population abstains from voting, as seen in previous elections, would you interpret this as a collective rejection of both the PNP and the JLP? And how do you plan to remedy it?
Okay, we're going to ask PNP, Team PNP, to respond first.
This I wouldn't interpret as a rejection. What I've seen happening, especially at the local government process, is a systematic exclusion of citizens from the process. And again, that is where the politics starts, at the local level. And if it is the case that the institutions that were established within the local government process has been dismantled by the Jamaica Labour Party, from the National Association of Parish Development Committees to the Parish Development Committees themselves, SDC being neutered, community development committees being hijacked, you have no other result than people becoming disenchanted with the process. Time come for citizens' participation in local government. All municipalities under PNP administration come post February 26 will ensure that the people, the citizen, remains or returns to the center of this process. We have done it before. We will do it again. These principles are outlined in the Reform Act. It is time for us to get the people back to the center of the local government process. That, I think, will enhance engagement in the political process and bodes well for voter turnout ultimately.
All politics is local. And when the people don't feel that you are spending their money in the right way, because there is no system of transparency or accountability, or there is a great level of corruption and arrogance as being seen by this Jamaica Labour Party government, then it only encourages them to say it's for somebody else. We must get back to a place where people see government at work on their behalf.
Thank you so much, Team JLP. Your response?
Jamaica, apathy is real. We understand your frustration. No, we don't think it's a rejection. I think it's your message to us as political representatives on either side of the aisle that you are fed up with low performance. You are fed up sometimes with the lack of accountability. So we understand that apathy is real. It's real the world over. So how do we plan to remedy that? The Jamaica Labour Party is committed to ensuring that we regain and sustain your trust through performance, through engagement, through communication. Yes, Jamaica, we understand the frustration. We are building for you and your communities. We intend to ensure that as we do what we're supposed to do in service to you, we keep you informed, we keep you engaged.
I would like to address something that was said by my colleague over there about the recent poll. In that recent poll that you referred to, there was no PNP mayor in the top probably 6. So it shows that the councils led by the PNP are not really very recognized. The mayors are not very well known because they do very little. Yours truly proved to be the top mayor. So it shows that PNP mayors, as I said, are not known. They do very little. The municipalities they lead tend to be very corrupt. I want to also address something quickly about markets. We, the Jamaica Labour Party, it was mentioned there about markets. Port Mariano has a brand new market. We have renovated more markets in the last 8 years than has ever been done under the PNP administration. The Yalas market was leased
by the PNP.
I don't mean to interrupt you, sir, but guess what? It's time for a break. So it's
Break
our
again?
third and final break, and we invite our viewers to please stay tuned.
The Local Government Debates 2024 are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
JN Bank Small Business Loans is linked to so many stories of ordinary Jamaicans and their extraordinary success.
We're very proud to have helped small, medium, and micro businesses come to life and thrive over the years.
It's a demonstration of our strong belief in the business ambitions of Jamaicans.
And how we believe in JN Bank Small Business Loans.
Come, talk to us. Tell us your business. Let's start a partnership and let your business plans appear in real life.
There's a clear vision for our company and our role in Jamaica's economy. Here at Petrojam, we remain true to our mandate, serving Jamaica's energy needs reliably and competitively. We know all things are connected and life is always unfolding. And so our focus has always been on a fundamental element, the human element. It's the element that drives our commitment to our valued customers, that fuels Jamaica's energy security. Petrojam, building our nation, touching lives.
Sweet, sweet Jamaica. More than just beaches and sea, Jamaica. We are talking about the heart of Jamaica. The Miss Birdie Bun and Cheese during Easter. The Jerkman pan the corner. Cold stove, a bunty coconut drops. Domino elected 6. Pop, pop, pop. Wash off your heart with jelly water, cool and nice. Catch the daylight while the sun high. Ah. Sweet, sweet Jamaica. Old or young, it no matter. Just know we there for one another. Country or town, we don't care where you went. As Jamaicans, we know that love is the best ingredient.
Why should we be interested in local government?
Local government forms that part of the public administration which is closest to our everyday activities and the roads we walk or drive on, the markets in which we buy our supplies, the barbershops and hairdressing salons in which we obtain services, and the drains and gullies which form part of our community. These are all the responsibility of local government authorities to maintain and or monitor.
Lasco Chin Foundation, helping hands for a better Jamaica.
Did you know you can vote without your new voter ID card? Once you're registered to vote, that is, your name is on the voters list, you can vote in the upcoming local government election. If you don't have your new ID card, simply go to your polling station on election day and our trained election day workers will assist you. This message is brought to you by the Electoral Office of Jamaica.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojam, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote. The Local Government Debates 2024 are presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission in association with JN Group. We'll help you find a way. Petrojam, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
Welcome back to the first in a series of 2 local government debates presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission. Watch, listen, decide, vote. And if you're just joining us, welcome. We invite Janet Silvera to start this final segment with a question for Team PNP.
Thank you. Team PNP, there are perennial complaints about deplorable parochial roads. How will you ensure the improvement and maintenance of these roads?
Thank you for that question. Let me start by saying the GLP voted against additional resources to fix roads. My colleague was sitting in the hall at the time. Our roads are in the worst condition ever. And it is the reason why the PNP administration will seek that 2% of central government budget to be able to provide the service that the Jamaican people so richly desire. What we will do is to be inclusive, to get those persons at the table so they can participate. Participatory democracy eluded them and will continue to do so. What you're hearing is a lot of fluff. But we are committed through legislation, through participatory democracy, to get persons on board so we can solve the problem of poor infrastructure.
The Jamaican people deserve much better. We have been struggling for a number of years with poor parochial roads. Our farmers, our workers, people even in our towns have to be wearing one shoes to come out the yard and one shoes to come out of the gate. It's a terrible situation for all. The next PNP-led administration is going to ensure that, one, we remove the corruption that takes place in contracts and contract allocations so that there's more funding available to spend on those roads. We are committing ourselves to fix scheme roads and have them brought onto the roster of municipal roads, all scheme roads that were built before 1995, because people in scheme roads pay their taxes and are law-abiding citizens as well. We are committed to finding new technology and new ways of building our roads, because our roads, as it is now, are not built to last. When
Thank
you
you
build
so
a
much,
road,
Team JLP. Your rebuttal?
Let me address, first of all, the matter of corruption. The corruption perception index was highest under the People's National Party. And the most recent one is lowest under the Jamaica Labour Party. So let me just address that first. The question was about roads. With regards to roads, prior to 2016, I believe the Minister of Local Government provided central government provided to local government, I believe, a sum of 19 million to do roads, apart from what we get from our parochial revenue fund. Last year, Minister Nigel Clark provided local government with over $100 million to do roads. I earlier mentioned the Spark program. Spark is $40 billion over 2 years to do community roads. My friends on that side keep speaking platitudes. We have an actual program that will start in April. It is not a promise. The funds are in place and it will start in April. They have told us nothing about what they will do.
Okay, you know, when you look in St. James, I can give you communities after community. Providence, we have roads built, not even rehabilitated, roads built, Barrett Town, going through to Salt Spring, and we now have super highways.
All right, thank you so much. Giovanni has the final question for tonight, and it will go to Team JLP.
In the 2016 local government debate, the now mayor of Mandeville, Donovan Mitchell, conceded that there is a 70 to 30% ratio of money spent on administrative costs versus delivering service. In other words, the lion's share of taxpayers' money goes into administration and not on doing the actual work. Given this established inefficiency, how do you convince Jamaicans that our local government structure as is shouldn't be abolished?
You know, I don't know. Well, Donovan Mitchell was the person who was the mayor of the Manchester Municipal Corporation when $400 million went missing. Now, I want to refute that position because I am in the St. James Municipal Corporation. And in St. James, our funds that we get from the designated source, which is the parochial revenue fund, it goes into road repairs, road construction, verge cleaning, drain cleaning. So we have been putting out the majority of our funds in ensuring service delivery to the people of St. James. And when we have to be bolstered, we apply to the Equalization Fund for special projects to improve our road conditions and to do other special projects. Funds can be obtained through applications made to the Equalization Fund. There are other external sources beyond the municipal corporation. Through Tourism Enhancement Fund, you have roads that have been fixed, roads that take you to commercial and to persons' homes. That's a source of funding. So I disagree with Mayor Mitchell. He may have his particular situation. Their municipal corporations operate in a different way, but then I understand when he says that it seems that they wish to pocket instead of doing service delivery to the people.
There has been increased allocation to councillors as a consequence of the ministry giving a greater portion of funding to local authorities. And so, yes, Jamaica, your councillors are able to address your community roads. And as my colleague said, with the advent of the Spark program, you will see a bolstering.
Thank you so much, Team PNP. Your rebuttal?
The truth is, ladies and gentlemen, local government is far too important to treat with scant regard. It is critical that we are able to allocate funding so that our communities can get the services they deserve. Let's take a look at the NSWMA, where little over $4 billion is allocated to the NSWMA. But just over 50% of that is actually going towards public cleansing. That has to be rearranged. The people need to get the services they deserve. It is important that when your person says that they've bought 50 new trucks, you can tell me you've bought 50 new trucks and you can make the pretty announcements. But the truth is, 50 of them are here and I'm not seeing any difference in the delivery of the service. The country is just as dirty or even more dirty because the poor management style of this Jamaica Labour Party has seen more money but less services to the people of Jamaica. It's critical as well that our markets be modernized and that the monies come to the market so that there be greater ventilation and that the 90% of the users and consumers of the market who are women can have proper sanitary conveniences and can be going to the market in dignity and I can go there and buy my food safely. We have to reallocate the funding so that more is spent on delivering the services to the people of Jamaica.
We have so many more questions to be asked, but it's now time for closing statements. And Team PNP, please go first.
Thank you. I speak to the Jamaican people, and I'm saying that we are here to have a contract with the Jamaican people to deliver. We're not about fluff, and I'm going to use a balanced scorecard to demonstrate the failure on that side. Let's take your garbage collection. They failed miserably. Let's take your roads. They are in the worst condition ever. They failed miserable. Let's take mitigation, our resources for mitigation. It's non-existent. They failed miserably. Let's take health. During the COVID pandemic, a lot of money was spent. Your mayor had issues with allotting resources to a friend, cronyism. You failed miserably. It is clear that you have failed. The Jamaican people who will act as your selector will drop you from the team because time come for a change. Time come for a PNP administration that have done the research, understand the misery index, understand the nuance index, and will find the resources necessary to underwrite the cost of service delivery that the Jamaican people demand. I thank you.
Team JLP, please go ahead with your closing statement.
Jamaica, for 8 years, you have witnessed and yes, experienced consistency and efficiency in dealing with your local governance affairs by the Jamaica Labour Party's administration. Yes, Jamaica, the JLP has been building for you and for your communities. Whether you're PNP, JLP, no P at all, or you cross the floor like me, all of us can admit that this administration has consistently looked out for the vulnerable among us, increased and significant investment in our infirmaries and in our shelters. Yes, Jamaica, that precious commodity called water. Yes, more communities have access to water than at any other time in our history. When it comes to parks and beaches, Jamaica, let's talk about that. Our performance is unrivaled. Let's talk a little bit more about beaches. The beach there was a beach in Cornwall that was given to the people, Cornwall Beach, that was given to the people by the former late Prime Minister Michael Manley. Yes, Jamaica, it pained my heart to tell you it was taken away, privatized by the People's National Party. And you know what? The law firm that dealt with that privatization had association to the current president of the People's National Party. Jamaica, call your neighbor, call your family, tell them on the 26th of February, we go voting for Labour. Vote for consistency. Vote for good road network. Vote for performance. Vote for ensuring that your tax dollars are spent in your interest. If you listen to my friends on the other side, you would think they're brand new. The PNP would have you believe that they are somehow the guardians.
Thank you so much. And that concludes the first of two local government debates organized by the Jamaica Debates Commission with JN Group, Petrojam, the National Democratic Institute, Lasco Chin Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, and Miss Birdie. Join us again on Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. for the debate focusing on local government at work. And to view the debates again, please go to our website at www.jamaicadebatescommission.com. And thank you so much for joining us. I'm Janella Precious. Pleasant viewing.
The Jamaica Debates Commission presents Local Government Debates 2024, 9 p.m. Saturday, February 17. Teams from the JLP and the PNP will be questioned by an expert panel of journalists and you about local government at work. Thanks to JN Group, we'll help you find a way. Petrojam, serving Jamaica's energy needs. National Democratic Institute, the Lasco Foundation, Pan Jamaica Group, Miss Birdie, the Local Government Debates 2024, presented by the Jamaica Debates Commission, Saturday, February 17 at 9 p.m. Watch, listen, decide, vote.
the whole position on participation, which was near and there. So I wanted to hear more about the how of engaging the the citizenry in the local government. I did not hear enough of the local bread and butter issues. It was still at the national level.
All right, stick up in because we're coming back to that a little bit later, and I want to hear your thoughts on it, of course. But Titania, what were your takeaways and who won?
Well, I'm happy you asked me who won, and then it said Vice President of G2K came up on the screen. So I will leave the viewers to, of course, understand from my perspective who won. With that being said, though, what are my takeaways? I really wanted more from. I wanted more from Mayor Creary, but I must say, when he did speak, I felt as if he was a mayor.
Yes.
And that, for me, spoke throughout the debates. And it was important, similar to Alan, when he spoke, his last name is slipping me, so Bernard. When he spoke, I understood that he was a councillor. And that was important for those watching on to know that this is a local government debate. And I think Mayor Creary and Councillor Bernard, they maintained that level of camaraderie in terms of citizenship and focus at the local level. So that was positive. I spoke about it off air. I was looking forward to change. When I heard change, I was like, okay, maybe they're going to highlight what that is and see. And they said, and they did say acronym, but I don't know what the C represents. I don't know what the H represents. ANGE. It hasn't been touched on. And so I think for a debate, when you start and you ramp up the crowd to understand that you're going to come with something, I think you should have kind of spoke to that and maintain that.
That was Mr. Campbell who said it, not necessarily.
We did hear a few of the MP Nita did say that was her opening remark as well. And then for the Jamaica Labour Party, while we didn't get the details as Professor would have made mention of, it was on brand to say building communities, and this is something we're going to continue. So again, going to present continuous tense, that is important, and we have to look at how they stuck to the actual mode of the debate for tonight.
Senator Motley, your thoughts on the debate and
Well, I think the PNP won this debate. I mean, just unequivocally.
Yes.
I think it was a tactical error on the part of the Jamaica Labour Party to have placed Venetia on the debate and have her play such a central role. I happened to watch the debate of 2016, and I was stunned that she used the same approach, the same language as she did when she was representing the PNP. And I think that it was an error because her credibility was damaged by her participation. And I also think that in choosing her and putting her to play such an important role, they might have diminished the others around her. Because you could see from the body language that the men turned to her on quite a number of occasions to say, you take this one. I thought that was tactically a poor decision. And I know Titania wants to comment, but let me finish. So I would have liked to have heard more from Alan. Because you got a sense that Alan really understood and was committed to local government, which was something I was searching for in this debate. But, you know, these rules are very, very stringent. And if you're not an accomplished debater, you will miss the opportunity. I would have liked to hear more of him. Natalie, of course, was her usual self. She has an inimitable style of communication that was good. And Dennis was on point, presenting himself as a formidable counselor and a businessman. Mayor Creary obviously is a very charismatic person, and that came across. He's helped by stature and his experience. Stature meaning height, and also the experience which he clearly communicated. Senator Sinclair sometimes brought the debate to a very local level when he spoke about St. James Municipality, and I thought that was a good thing. Overall, I would have there was a lot of very national approach to the debate.
Too much so.
Too much so, and too much finger pointing. I think what the people wanted and what people need is, how are we going to move this forward? What are the new ideas? How is it that you're going to, evolve the communities? And I don't think that we got enough of that. Although I think that Team PNP tried to address it on a number of occasions.
Thank you very much, Senator Motley. I want to come over to you next, Cleveland, but I want to also give Titania an opportunity to rebut, as the debate has also got that chance.
So I just want to say, when we look at, you asked who won the debate.
Mhm.
For me, it spoke to authentic self. The Jamaica Labour Party came out and was authentic in and of itself as relates to what it presented. Senator spoke about, Venetia, and can we say then that the fact that she came out with the same demeanor, that it is who she is, and as she said, she was blind and now she has seen the light. And so in deciding which team she supports, it doesn't mean that her position and passion for local government has changed. And that is something that we have to look at. And as much as we want to debate it, it is admirable that she can maintain her passion for local government. And the Jamaica Labour Party, we stand with that and we support that.
All right, thank you, Titania. All right, over to you, Cleveland. Your takeaways, and you have to tell me who won.
Well, certainly the People's National Party, in my mind, won that debate. What I would have wanted to see more, though, was a more direct response to the questions and less of the finger pointing at each other. But I think that notwithstanding that, the PNP would have edged. I noticed something that was very interesting from the Jamaica Labour Party debaters, and it's a narrative that is repeated by the administration consistently. When you talk about the failures of the administration over its last 8 terms, they point to, but we have spent the most. We have spent a lot of money, and we spent far more than the last PNP administration did. And if you don't have an appreciation of the economic context, then you would think that, well, the Jamaica Labour Party has done so superb relative to the PNP. Hold on, no. I fundamentally disagree with that. The truth is, the Jamaica Labour Party got an economy, got a fiscal account that had far more fiscal space than we had. When we came into office in 2012, and I'm speaking to the Jamaican people because I want them to appreciate the economic context, we got an economy that was in shambles, on the precipice of disaster. We had to beg, literally Dr. Peter Phillips had to beg the IMF to give us the kind of financial lifeline to get us out of the economic disaster that we were in. So we had to implement strict financial conditions on our fiscal account. We didn't have the kind of fiscal space to spend as they did. We implemented significant tax reforms to expand the taxable base in the economy to generate more revenues. We implemented the economic reforms so that this economy could grow. So at the time, we never had the kind of fiscal space because we had to maintain a very high primary surplus, the highest primary surplus implemented on an IMF country.
Titania jumping on the beat.
Cleveland needs to run for local government so he can join the debates. But what I will say is that in all of this, at the end of the day, Cleveland, once again, you're going back to how the debate happened. The pointing fingers and determining what happened. We started the debate by saying we have done this and we will continue. Again, present continuous. And that for me, as it relates to the Jamaican people and even the questions from social media, it was indicative that they are looking at local government issues. And we have to identify a way in which Jamaicans can appreciate local government issues. And I think, as I said, Mayor Creary spoke to that. Alan, he was getting there if your party would have allowed him to speak on the issues. And I think the debate in and of itself was
I think Titania's response betrays a lack of understanding of economics and a lack of understanding. Hold on. A lack of understanding as to how creating fiscal space at the macro level translates into a government having the kind of financial budgetary space to allocate resources.
But PNP couldn't reiterate their 2% speech. So I'm saying this is not, you're not a part of the debate committee, and I'm saying on the TV. So if we're going to speak about local government issues, Cleveland, I'm saying to you, at the end of the day, you cannot deny that more has been spent Whether or not there are parameters that govern
No,
that is a whole different
I want to come in here, Cleveland, and I'll allow you to speak a little bit more on that a little later. But I want to, because we're talking about this 2% of GDP coming from central government for local government, and I want to come to you with that, Professor Archer. What are your thoughts about that concept and that idea?
Well, I wanted to hear a little bit more. So they said the manifesto is coming out. I'm definitely going to, zone in on that. But my concern in terms of, how resources are allocated, which I did not hear, at this current moment, under the current administration, and I was hoping to hear that, what are they going to change? It ought not to be where local government is going hat in hand to central government. We need to put the necessary structures in place to empower local government so that they can be fiscally sustainable. As it is now, the systems are not in place for that. The regulations under the various pieces of legislation that both sides spoke about, they are not in place that allow, there's no empowerment of local government, and we need to ensure that that happens so that they're not at the behest of local government, and it's when the minister of local government have a mind to give them the little quatty to fix the road. That needs to be changed.
To the extent that where you started talking about the manifesto, and I also want to hear your thoughts on the responses that came from both sides. Was that good enough? Is it good enough what they were saying, that the manifesto is published at a later time? We don't know what that time is. Was it good enough, or was it a slap in the face to
We'd say it's a slap in the face, because I think the part from the position that we have
I don't know, but this one, I don't know how to break it to you guys, but this one is in the bag for the Jamaica Labour Party. This was at best, a slam dunk for the Jamaica Labour Party. Can you imagine, guys? Let's think about it. Venetia Phillips, Richard Creary, and Senator Charles Sinclair would have done to the PNP what no other debate panel, what no other debating team has done in the past. Decimate them. And I must say to you, I am proud of them. Greetings to everybody. Greetings. The PNP has no moral authority to speak on the issue of local government. And that is just the truth. That is just the truth. The whole truth and nothing but the truth. No moral authority whatsoever to tell anybody here about local government. I'm so happy that our ministers were able to point out to them some of the things that happened under their watch. They presided over some of the most corrupt municipalities in Jamaica is controlled by the People's National Party. Some of the most corrupt municipalities in Jamaica today is controlled by the People's National Party. Manchester Municipal Corporation had millions of taxpayers' money missing. There are members of that municipal corporation that went to jail and served time for misappropriating funds. So make no mistake about it. When it comes to the municipal corporation, they have absolutely no authority to speak to anybody in that regard. So for that, I will say to my Labourite friends and family, we look good. We have a record to stand on. We have things that we can be proud of. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that everything that happened under the GLP is perfect. Absolutely not. But one thing I will tell
I
you,
know that for a moment you wondered whether
chocolate cheese when you
or not
come
we were
here,
in the same room and you enjoyed
the
that moment of
PDP
reflection.
with the
But the
GLP,
question was
chocolate cheese.
about the policies that would be implemented. Team JLP, yes, Team JLP, because that's your Team Jamaica. We intend to engage. Then we perform based on that engagement with you, and we communicate with you to ensure is in sync what you intend for us to do. My colleague on the other side keeps harping about the movement of a member of staff in a municipality. Lateral and even upward mobility in organizations is standard. In fact, we should encourage them. And so, I'd also like to apprise you, Jamaica, that there's something called an establishment committee. That's the committee that is responsible for ratifying employees. It is a bipartisan committee. So, that explains. This is the moment for amazing grace, where I say to my friends, I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. So, no, it's not deception. Experience teaches wisdom. And one day I pray that wisdom will visit upon my friends and they will join us on this side as we continue the sensible management of the business of the people of Jamaica. We are the administration that is committed to building you and to building your communities. How do we do that? Through engagement, through performance, and through communication.
Listen to that. When you have people who can articulate the way Venetia Phillips did just now, you have to feel proud to be a Labourite. And tonight I feel very proud because I had persons on the platform representing what the Labour Party is about, representing the good things that the Jamaica Labour Party has to offer. We should be proud. And as a Labourites, you should feel good about yourself because not very often you have this high level representation that you can feel proud of, right? Sometimes you get what is considered to be low level representation. But these guys did well. And we have to say congratulations to the team. Richard Query, Venetia Phillips, and Charles Sinclair out of Montego Bay. Folks, tomorrow is going to be another debate. Oh no, it's not tomorrow. It's next week, I believe. But let me find the date for that one, the other debate, and we will present that to you all. But just to say that, I feel very proud that we have a group of persons who represented us on the platform tonight, and they represented very, very well. That's the winning team. In my background, that's the winning team there for tonight. Those are the winners there. Yes, that's the winners right there. Let me step out of the way so you guys can see them. That's your winning team right there. Yes. Venetia Phillips, Richard Query, and Charles Sinclair. The winning team that represented the Jamaica Labour Party this evening on the platform. You guys should be very proud of those members. They did absolutely magnificent this evening. And for that, I want to say congrats to them all, to all of them. Folks, We started out this evening looking at some of the things that local government has achieved. And of course, let me see if I can remove this thing real quick. Let's see. Okay. Good. Perfecto. So that's the list. That's the winning team right there. Outstanding team. And Beverly Ricketts say, outstanding team, prosperity, prosperity. Bali said, Twitter blowing up with the JLP team. Everton, stop copying me. But yes, guys, excellent work by these folks. I'm going to put a link to invite folks. I'd love to invite Charles Sinclair to join us. I'd love to invite a member of the winning team. Let me ask to see if we can get a member of the winning team here to join us, which would be good. I'd love to have Anisha Phillips on to talk to us about local government. Yeah. So we're trying to see if we can get a member of the team to come on live and to rap with us real quick to bring us into the room and how it felt to debate these guys and to present the issues of the Jamaica Labour Party and to sell the party, to sell the performance of the government. It's the first time in Jamaica's history that a political party going into an election has so much to campaign on. I cannot remember the last time we've had so much that we can actually campaign on. And I dare to say to you that we can actually win handsomely on the background of performance and not just political propaganda like the other party has grown accustomed to doing. Lies and innuendos and just mere propaganda. I think this is the first time in a long time that we'll be able to go to the polls and to say to the Jamaican people, here we are, a group of performers, people who perform, who deliver to the Jamaican people and deliver handsomely. We are going to go live also on TikTok. So for those of you who wishes to join us on TikTok, please feel free to do so. We're hoping that we can get a member of the winning team to join us. Yeah, hopefully we can. But we are also live on our TikTok page. We are live. We're live on TikTok as well. So we're live on TikTok. We're live on YouTube. And we are live on Facebook. We are going to add another destination to our stream here. We are going to add the chopping block as well on our feed. Or we could probably go live on Twitter. How about that? How about give Twitter a feel of what's happening? Huh? How about we give Twitter a knock of it? So we're live on Twitter as well. So we're live on YouTube, live on Twitter, live on Facebook, and we are indeed on TikTok. So we have spread our wings all over social media. What am I doing there, Annette? What am I doing there, Annette? There's the winning team. Let me not block out Mr. Query. Richard is there as well. Venetia Phelps and the man himself, Charles Sinclair. The winning team for tonight's debate, without a shadow of a doubt, have to go to the Jamaica Labour Party team. Team JLP would have delivered what we could consider to be a knockout to the PNP. And that, to me, to some extent, was expected. We know that the PNP had really no foundation on which to campaign. And if you look at my TikTok background, you'll see the winning team as well. And I see our numbers are growing here, folks. Let's share this program. Tell everybody that we're live, and we're hoping that we can get one of the members of the winning team to join us so we can talk about the performance of these guys this evening, which undoubtedly they did exceptionally well. They did exceptionally well. Sticking to the facts, presenting evidence of the government's performance, both in central government and local government. This was a local government debate, but as you know, a lot of the achievement in the country has to do with how well the central government performed. Even the allocations that have been made to local government is hinged on how well central government performed. And I think nobody can question the performance of the Jamaica Labour Party government throughout the last 6-8 years. Since 2016, this government inherited a country with a broken economy, and almost every aspect of service in Jamaica was broken. Hey, what's up, Taff? Good to see you. Yeah. Every aspect of government was broken in 2016, including local government. And it is evident because all the municipal corporations currently that are being held by the PNP have serious issues. The Hanover Municipal Corporation had serious issues to the extent that the sitting councillor had to resign. The Manchester Municipal Corporation today is one of the corporations that had public funds missing and persons going to jail simply because they could not account for the funds trusted in their care by the public. They had members of the Manchester Municipal Corporation being charged, because of misplacing funds. So make no mistake about it. The Jamaica Labour Party would have received a broken system that required steady hands to bring it back into some semblance of order. And they did that. It was demonstrated tonight in how the candidates present themselves. There is a link, folks, in the chat. If you guys want to join the discussion, please feel free. Please feel free to join the discussion if you so desire. And let's talk, eh? Yeah. But yeah, so I feel proud that this administration can actually go to the Jamaican people at any level, whether central or local level, and can say to the Jamaican people that we are a government that has performed. Did the Jamaica Labour Party government, local government, got everything right? Probably not. But certainly, we would have gotten a significantly more right than any other administration that has led Jamaica. No other administration has been able to boast the amount of development, both local and central than this administration. No other government, absolutely none, can boast and talk about the achievement like this government. If you want to talk about garbage truck, we can talk about garbage truck. When the Jamaica Labour Party took office in 2006, there were limited amount of garbage truck, and the few that we had were inoperable. They were just not functional. And that is why, under the leadership of Nigel Clark in the Ministry of Finance, they were able to purchase 100 or ordered 100 garbage truck. We received 50, and another 50 is on its way now. So what you find, folks, is that you find a government who is willing and able to perform, to do the necessary to ensure that the economy grow. And once your economy grow, then you're in a better position to do what is right for the people. So make no mistake about it. It's the first time in a long time that we have a government that can go to the people with some certainty and with something tangible to say to the people of Jamaica. The Jamaica Labour Party deserve a third term in office to move Jamaica finally from poverty to prosperity. And not only that, Jamaica has been tethering and becoming a first world country for years. Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore came to Jamaica, look at our economic model and pursue them, and was extremely successful in transforming Singapore into a first world country. There's absolutely no reason why Jamaica cannot be a first world country. We have the resources, we have the talent, we have the people, we have the infrastructure coming on stream now. Proper road network, excellent water distribution, all that good stuff contributes to what is required for you to become a first world country. A developing country is where we're at now, and I'm quite confident that within the next few years, Jamaica is going to be among some of the strongest countries on earth. I would hope that a lot of you here in this chat, both on TikTok, those on Instagram, those on X, formerly Twitter, and for those of you here on TikTok, I hope you'll get a chance to invest in this little rock called Jamaica. I've been encouraging persons in diaspora many years now that they should do whatever they have to do to purchase land and to secure investment in Jamaica. Because very soon, Jamaica is going to be not just a place to work, to raise family, and to do business, but it is also going to be the place for prime investment. Prime investment. And I'm talking about, in particularly, real estate investment, where we've just floated the first Jamaican bond. I mean, who would have thought that in any year or any era of Jamaican's life that we'll be able to float a bond that has Jamaican on it? Nobody thought that our economy could get to that stage. And that's one of the reasons why even countries like the United States will have to look at us differently. Take a second look at how you treat Jamaica, a country that has been marred with crime and underperformance in their economy and just struggle with debt. And that was who we are. Today, the country is moving out of that status. To date, we are enjoying now a 50% reduction in murder. 50% reduction in murder. And I'd love to see if I can find the statistics sheet here to share it with you, because it has been broken down. Yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to find the breakdown of the crime statistics so you guys can have a better understanding as to where we are and how we got there. It took a lot of work. I mean, you're spending $50 billion for national security. I'm not surprised that it yield such result. We ended 2023 with a 7.8% reduction in murder. That's what we ended 2023 with. So whether you like it or not, whether you want to give credit or not, the police, the security forces, that achievement must be attributed to them and the work they have been doing. Some of that must also be attributed to the leadership provided by the ministry and the Minister of National Security. If you don't have a good Minister of National Security who is going to put resources into the ministry and is going to act as a proper liaison between the ministry and the central government, you're still going to end up with a clog in the system, because the minister who has the ears of the cabinet, if he's not able to support the minister, then we are really not going to get anywhere. So I'm happy that the synergy, and I know a lot of people sometimes question and lay the blame at the feet of the minister. But make no mistake about it. The minister's responsibility is to provide support for both the Commissioner of Police and the Chief of Defense Staff. I believe, in my humble view, that this current Minister of National Security would have done that and would have done it exceptionally well in terms of providing the resources required by the security forces. He would have provided that sort of assistance, which would have aided in that 7.8% reduction. We are upbeat and excited, and I'm really looking forward to see how far this is going to take us. I'm looking forward to where this is going to take us. I am very hopeful that at the mid-year, 6 months in, we could still boast a decrease in murder that could probably bring us closer to perhaps a 14 or 15%. We are now currently at 50. But we're expecting that to fluctuate. But I want this to hold, this 50% here and there, to hold right out until the end of the year. And we could celebrate a 30-40% reduction in murder, unheard of in Jamaica's history. I'd love to celebrate even more input in the police force and the army, because I strongly believe that if you really put your money there, provide them with the necessary equipment and tools and access to information and merge and get the right partnership, I think we're going to look good. I see a couple folks joining us here on TikTok. Greetings.
Yeah, man.
Tariq.
Job well done. Venetia handled herself superbly, but it was a team effort.
Yes, I agree.
It was a team effort, and she alone, if it was a case of 3-on-1, she alone would have still beat and teach.
Oh yeah. Because you see, it's so easy to beat the PNP. I've always said, I believe, in my humble view, by myself, I could take on the entire PNP and defeat them because they have absolutely no substance. And the PNP lacked the moral authority to speak in Jamaica on almost every single issue. I don't know of any issue that the PNP has a moral authority to speak to Jamaicans.
To tell you the truth,
yes.
I was sitting listening for what the time has come for. What was the plan for time come? I'm gonna hear it.
Well, there's a book being published, you know. There's a manifesto book, 1,000 pages. And the source is telling me that every single page from start to finish, all it says is time come. So picture you have a book, a manifesto that is supposed to speak to the plans for Jamaica's development. And all that book contains from... Hold on a second.
I can't understand why an MP involved in a council debate.
Hold on a second. Which MP? Natalie Nika Edley is also the spokesperson on local government, so she has a right to be there.
Okay. Well, I don't think so, though. It's a 118 match.
No, but she has the authority to be there. She's a spokesperson on our local government.
But I still can't draw the conclusion.
Why you wouldn't draw the conclusion? She has every right to be there, man.
Faboril, Venetia, JLP, the two men was just clueless. She was a good save. She's brilliant. The closing speech was amazing. She nailed them to the cross.
Well, that's fine. We don't care if it's a matter of saving. The truth of the matter is that she did exceptionally well. We're proud of her. We're happy that she's a part of our team. And we are extremely proud of her.
And I can tell you this much. For the general election, I hope for see a couple more of the PNP that cross the floor too. Because them soon realize, say, really and truly them in the dark and they need for coming on the light. You understand me? Me tell you, Jamaican people need to be with charm and charisma and action is being taken. See? You can't spend 30 and 40 years hoping for road, hoping for water, hoping for infrastructure, proper housing development, and it's just 4 quarter rum and $5,000 in an envelope. Them days are done with now, man. If we even have to go out and work hard feet and pay taxes, amen, so let it be.
Yeah, man. WH. Mute your mic once you come on, guys. Mute your mic so it's not disrupting other persons who are speaking. WH, you're up next. Talk to me. What's going on? Yeah, man. Greetings. Debate, day 1, first of 2. Give me your take on that.
Day 1. Well, with all honesty, we did it pretty well, especially Venetia.
Okay.
They were really no much for us tonight. They were clueless.
Jehan, you're up next. Debate, day 1. Venetia Phillips, Charles Sinclair, and Prairie. Your take.
But for some strange reason, Charlie was a bit on the soft-spoken side. I'm not sure what's going on with him. But they did come with facts. Kerry did well as well. And Natalie, I must say, is a shameless woman. She's a wicked woman. That lady stood on national television and said all the roads in Jamaica are in a deplorable condition. She is wicked. Me can't remember the man in Pumpy, she go to Sunday school. She told her, man.
I'm not sure the man they say too.
No, man. She wicked bad. And the fact that her constituency has so much bad roads and she stood there and told Jamaica that she has been in representational politics for much over 20 years. She's shameless.
I agree with you on that. I agree with you on that.
Gilbert Ivan took an shame street, that's a problem.
Winner, I see you on, Winner. Talk to me. What's going on? Day one, first debate.
Ven, boy. Master class, master player. She played some master strokes. And that rebuttal, icing on the cake. I mean, can you imagine a debate on which a government can campaign on achievements? Listen, man, the man list out the achievements until he miss some. But we don't want it to drive home. But, I mean, I'm happy. The PNP has what they did was just broad brush policies, ideas that they think they have. We have seen them in action before. They have had Jamaica for 18 consecutive years. And then they come on national TV and say, boy, you run a Jamaica mashup. And you ask them, how come? You understand? They have abandoned Jamaican people during their tenure. They have left everything to the elements. And then they come sit in front of us and pretending like they never existed or they never had governance before. They're shameless.
True, I call them brand new. She's saying when the PNP forms the next government, they will ensure this and they'll ensure that. Like, what were you doing before?
All this other time they never ensure it. Why are they going to ensure it now?
Exactly. Why should we trust you now?
Exactly.
You know what I would have wanted the JLP debaters to ask them? Why is it that our hospitals are in the condition that they are in at this time? Is it that the JLP came into government 8 years ago and ruined everything?
High cost of living is not singular. If you see what's happening in the world, you will know that high cost of living is not singular to us. So what are you trying to say?
Yeah. There was some stats that they showed them. I had no idea that we repaired over 2,500 road networks across Jamaica. You know, we bought 40 fire trucks. I didn't know that data. I know about the 120 garbage truck that was bought and the $120 million that was given to that entity to refurbish the whole amount of fire trucks. They had 2,000 students for the summer employment program being trained and upskilled and given an idea of how the world works. You know, they gave over $100 million to the SDC, which the PNP complained about it being gutted. You know, I mean, you don't give a gutted entity $100 million of government and tax money to spend. That doesn't make sense. And they talk about the development of about 13,000 youths, you know, under the SDC program. So the SDC is practically, it's active. While the PNP is coming to give us fluff. They talk about fluff. They came and give us, what you call it, cotton candy. To rat no rat teeth. So we have eaten their candies before. We know what they have.
You say you have had the candies before?
Yeah, man, a dentist business and a master tooth extraction. We now make them go to my teeth. And I waste up game one.
Hello?
Hello?
Yes, ma'am.
What's up?
Not much.
How was the debate?
Excellent. Can I get the senator on live with us? We're live. We're on YouTube, we're on Facebook, we're on Twitter, we're on TikTok. Can we get the senator on, please?
I got him right here.
Tell him I send him the link.
What link?
The link for him to join us live. Yeah, but where you at? We're at Belmont Road. Oh, we're at Belmont Road. Tell him to join us, man. We're live. We are live.
Alright, hold on.
So we're on Twitter, we're on Facebook, we're on YouTube, and we are live on TikTok.
The link is that you sent in the group, right?
Yes, I'll send the link directly to you.
Alright.
Cool beans. Yes. All right, folks. So we're going to be joined by one of the persons who is responsible for ripping the PNP debate team to pieces.
I mean, Benisha is not the first to cross the floor. We have
Well, Veni, I tell you, I'm gonna play for you when they accuse Venetia of crossing the floor. I'm gonna play for you.
The council, like Romain now across the floor and they hug him up and have him over there. Natalie, no matter team across the
I'm gonna.
We have the competition in the Venetia believes a traitor, but in that description, you would also have
But hold on there, folks. Just hang on a second. I'm gonna play for you Venetia's response to that.
Is
Hold on.
disingenuous. As a matter of fact, the person who posed the question, I may want to add that not only in 2022 did the PNP resign from the building committee, but I believe it was in 2013 or 14, while the People's National Party's administration was in office in the KCMC, the PNP also resigned from itself. The building committee resigned, yes, Jamaica, under the People's National Party. When you charged us with the responsibility to take decisions on your behalf, may I dare say that the building committee is not just about developers. The remit far extends beyond that. But if my friend would have sat in those committee meetings, he would have learned much. The reality is the checks and balances have been put in place. They speak so much about the 3 strategic laws. Those laws has assisted us to also restructure our operations so that we can effectively serve you with transparency and accountability. And yes, the issue to which my colleague alluded, the mayor of Kingston was correct. It was our internal mechanisms that detected the flaws in our system.
Thank you so much. Social media also has
The municipality there, she spoke eloquently about the fact that it was the systems that was put in place by this administration and the municipality in Kingston and St. Andrew that actually caught whatever discrepancy that existed. You know, to be brutally honest with you, the PNP really has no moral authority to speak to anybody about local government. It is every single PNP municipality in Jamaica today have an issue. They have an issue with governance. They have an issue with managing the country's affairs. So they have no authority to speak on that matter. And that, as I said to you, sometimes it's hard to even debate with these people. It's a tough one to debate with them because they lack the moral authority to even have a discussion with you on the matter of corruption. The PNP is and has been the most corrupt political organization in the Western Hemisphere, and I say that without fear of contradiction from anybody. It has been proven.
When they spoke about the corruption index and saying that Jamaica is the most corrupt under the Jamaica Labour Party,
It's not true. It's not true. What the PNP expect that they will come and they will say these things like they have done in the past and nobody will challenge them. Well, bye-bye to those days. Gone are the days when the PNP will be allowed to come out here and spread this nonsense and nobody will challenge them. The authority that speaks to corruption is the Transparency International. And if Transparency International is reporting that the lowest score that Jamaica has ever received is under this current Andrew Holness-led administration, then on what basis can the PNP come and talk to us about corruption? You tell me, how can they talk to us about corruption where local government is concerned when every municipal corporation that is run by the PNP have some level of corruption that is currently under investigation or before the courts? You know how much money was missing from Manchester Municipal Corporation? 400 and odd million MIA gone. Gone. And then you want to come and speak to us about corruption? You don't have the authority to speak to us, man. Allow somebody who has that authority, who has a clean hand and a pure heart, to speak to us on corruption, not the PNP. They don't have that. They lack that, and we should call them out. We should not sit here and allow them to come and speak as though they can talk to anybody about corruption. Tell them to tell us where the $400+ million at the Manchester Municipal Corporation is. If you can show us where that money is, then you can talk to us. But until they can do so, Donovan Mitchell should not be allowed to go on any electoral ballot in this country because he presided over a failed municipality in the form of Manchester. He should never be allowed. And in any civilized country, he could not run on a ticket. But of course, hey, we have the PNP. So welcome to the PNP for that. You know. Yeah, man. Sorry. Yeah, greetings, Sir Tony. How you doing?
I am doing good, man.
Well, we're just talking about this debate earlier. Local government debate, first of two.
Chaps, I was passing through the page earlier.
Yes.
I saw that clipping where they interview both the Prime Minister, Mr. Gordon.
Yes.
And Mr. Gordon was there saying that to fund the first 1.5,
yes,
the government introduced a tax called direct taxation on the people that they are.
But direct taxation is not a tax, sir. Direct taxation is a system of collecting existing tax.
That's switching policy.
Come on, man. These are the people we are going to elect. Our people want to elect. You think the Jamaicans are idiot, man?
The People's National Party was not efficient at collecting its taxes, especially property taxes. And the government of Jamaica, led by Michael Andrew Bones, has reformed the structure. We have collected more revenues than ever before. These are $50 billion surplus. Yeah, these are revenues that were not being captured. These are revenues that were owed to the government legally without facilitating any form of increase on the people. So when Mark Gordon come in on the platform and trying to trick people, listen, I hear make another complaint, right? When the government increased public sector wage bill the other day, they say, oh, they're not getting enough foolishness either. And they come on today and questioning the public sector wage bill to GDP, say it's too high. These people are monsters.
Oh boy. I give the people a scenario.
Very sad case. We have some folks here also, folks. We are also live on YouTube. We're live on Instagram, and we're live on X, formerly Twitter. So here's where you can find us. We are on YouTube at Chops Media. We are on X at Chops Media. We also live on Facebook at Chops Media or on Chopping Block. And we are also live on TikTok. So we are all over town having a blast this evening after the...
In the comment section, Susan is saying if we couldn't find anyone than the turncoat.
When you talk about turncoat, who better to tell us about the nastiness that exists in the PNP other than the PNP? Tell me who's better to tell us. You think I can tell you the stories better than Venetia Phillips who have been there? You think I can? You think I am capable of telling you exactly how the PNP operates, how corrupt they are? Who is best to tell us about that? Wouldn't it be Venetia?
Susan, let me tell you something, man. She's a great person, and you as a woman, you shouldn't even come in the chat and attack them about a fellow woman as yourself. You destined for greatness too, you know. So you need to just start to look at how the grass is.
I don't know why you say Susan don't understand. She not sensitive every night she come over here with her gibberish. She not mind. She not smart.
Well, Well, folks, we are going to be joined by Senator Sinclair, one of the members of the debate panel, well, the debate team of the JLP. He's gonna join us in a few minutes. He's actually driving, and we're hoping to speak with him.
In that debate, I think we could have won enough in the corruption, trying to prove corruption. Well, we have to hit home, but I'm hoping in coming debates that we can focus more on the achievement, showing people that whatever we have in front of us has been tried, tested, and proven, and is continuous, and it continues to work effectively for the people, by the people. So.
Media.
My friend Divi, how you doing?
Right, everyone.
Greetings, Divi.
Yes, man. That's how much debate here in California.
Greetings. Wait, stand tight for a second, folks. We are joined by Senator Charles Sinclair, who is responsible, or one of the persons responsible for putting the PNP's debate team to rest. Senator Sinclair, how are you doing?
Yes, Chopper, how are you doing?
I'm very well, man. I have some folks here over on TikTok. I have some folks on YouTube. I have some folks on X. And I have some folks on Facebook. So we're all over social media. And everybody here had a chance to watch the debate between the Jamaica Labour Party and the PNP in the first of two local government debate on the issues of local government. You were a prominent member of the Jamaica Labour Party, the winning team. How do you feel, sir, Senator?
All right, well, I will listen to the comments as to the views of persons instead of trying to blow my trumpet or trumpet because we're a team. But I got good reviews from the persons who have already spoken to, and just listening on your program and the comments there, teams that we performed well and better than the other side. The other side was a lot of fluff. They avoided the questions that were posed to them. And in fact, especially some questions from the male person who posed the question, I think he's Jovian Johnson, I believe his name was.
Yes.
That, I mean, the PNP representative just ducked those questions. Yeah.
Yes.
And clearly, I mean, there was one particular question that was posed to Nita Garvey. And I found her response quite interesting because she's a spokesperson on local government in the PNP, and she was not even aware that the legislation already exists that speaks to what happens when a councillor resigns, dies, or as the case may be. Because she said they were going to fix it in the first 100 days. So when Richard Query had said to her earlier, would you replace Minister Desmond McKenzie with Anita Garvey? The resounding answer must be no. Can't. Desmond McKenzie is leaps and bounds ahead of her.
But when you talk about a lot of persons on the live is saying, Senator, that really and truly, when the issue of corruption came up and they cited the different municipalities controlled by the PNP, the question has been popularly asked in social media, does the PNP have the moral authority to speak on corruption in municipalities?
Well, clearly not. I mean, we have seen what has transpired in Manchester, and we address that particular issue because there are internal systems. There are systems that are in place, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, I served as a mayor in St. James,
Mm-hmm.
and a member of the political directorate would have to sign the checks along with someone from administration.
Yes.
And you scrutinize the documents when they come to you to satisfy yourself as the person placing your signature. Are these works taking place? Where's the job taking place that I'm signing such a large valued check?
Mm-hmm.
Clearly, it is mismanagement, stroke, corruption that would have led to that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the systems are there now. So how would it have gotten around the system without being caught?
Right.
It must go to the individual and speak to the integrity of the individual. $400 million gone into somebody's pocket.
Right.
Yes, some persons were convicted in the matter relating to it, but the political directorate must bear responsibility. There is no way that so much monies could have been taken out of that municipal corporation for work that they were saying. Wouldn't you want to go out and say, well, we have fixed this road for $20 million?
Mm-hmm.
Nobody from the political director wanted to get a feather in their cap.
We know how it is in politics.
If a politician put on a door and a bathroom, him announce it to the world and go call some of them cut ribbon too.
Yes,
so
I
could it be that they are signing these large value checks that go out and don't want to get a feather in the cap to say, we did this, we have done this, and so forth, to get the props right. Something wrong.
Something is
in
wrong.
that situation. Yeah, man. So, and then we know what took place in Hanover, where down there too, the mayor was forced to resign. In Manchester, and the deputy mayor had to go, them threw him on their bus. Scapegoat.
Yeah, but again, why would Nita Garvey not disassociating his party or the local government that she would lead from all of this?
Well, yeah, you'd have to pose that to her. You can't read anything that you want to read into that.
And that's what I would ask. Had I got that chance to join the debate team, I would just ask a simple question. Are you willing to condemn the municipal corporations that is now led by the PNP, which all of them, it seems, have some issue with mismanagement, misappropriation, and all kinds of problems? Yes. Would she disassociate herself and dismiss the PNP representatives who lead these municipalities?
Yeah. Well, they couldn't find one that was led by the Jamaica Labour Party that fell into that category.
Precisely. And that's why it is chalk to cheese when you compare what the JLP has to offer. And when you ask the question about, would you exchange the PNP for the JLP, that to me was kind of a no-brainer. Because what exists now, and I mean, if they're in opposition and these things are happening, can the Jamaican people just imagine if there were a government?
And then remember the matter with R. Scott also.
Yes.
You remember R. Scott and the rental of those. When you look on a lot of issues, so you have R. Scott renting site. They were collecting money.
Was it R. Scott or Hazan?
Hazan. Sorry, yes. Hazan. You're correct. Hazan in
Richard Hazan.
Right. When you look on the Bourgland issue,
yes,
the Bourgland, you had councils who were capturing state resources.
Yes.
You had the Bongo crew, Bongo crew in Montego Bay.
Yes.
So they have a history of what you can classify under corruption.
Yes.
And the Boogland issue is still continuing. How can we put them back there when one of their aspirants wants to come back there as a councillor and he refuses to enter into a legal arrangement with the municipal corporation in relation to the property that he occupies? But yet he wants to turn around and sell it for millions of dollars. Property that he's not the owner of. Serious thing.
Very serious thing. Senator, with the allocation of $40 billion for inner roads, parochial roads to be repaired, renovated.
Yes.
Under the Spark program.
Yes.
Is there a mechanism in place? Because I know this money is coming from central government.
Yes.
But I'm curious to know if there's a mechanism in place to ensure that the councillors have a say, not just a say in terms of consultation, but to get a chance to spend some of these money on areas within their...
Let us put it this way. The councils don't spend money. So I don't want you to even use it loosely like that.
Yes.
Agencies have the responsibility. So funds can come through the St. James Municipal Corporation. I may not say St. James. Right? It may go through the National Works Agency also. But this program, the Spark program, is one where there has to be consultation so that you can identify the critical roads that need to get repaired. And consultation is what is going to satisfy that where the citizens are involved and so forth. And I'm certain, knowing the Honorable Prime Minister Andrew Holness, and he has spoken to all the members of Parliament already in respect to that the program has to be one that is conducted with integrity and transparency.
Yes.
And that we get the best value for money.
And consultation is a key factor. A
key factor in respect to the entire process. In fact, I believe some members of Parliament have already commenced their engagement. So under the Spark program, you're going to see a lot of community roads that go to people's home, take people to their home, that will be repaired under this program.
Well, let me ask
we have been doing tremendously well with the
major road.
Yes. I mean, you leave from Kingston, now you get into Mandeville. In a short time, you saw what was done between the road going on to Westmoreland there, connecting the north, south, and the western side. And you know that is going to be connected eventually with the Montego Bay Perimeter Road.
Yes.
You know, so we're going to have, and then there's also on the table, and alignments have been identified in relation to the roadway that is going to take you from St. James right down to Westmoreland, bypassing the bottleneck areas of Hopewell, Sandy Bay, and so forth. And then the North Coast Highway is also slated for improvement to a 4-lane highway from Sea Castles right through to Ocho Rios. So
because there's a bottleneck. Yes.
We have several bottlenecks along that road.
Yes.
So those are going to be eliminated, and the coastal area now will be used for greater development, and you will obviously see investors coming in because the land space will be there available. Persons will be investing, you have job creation and so forth. So the Jamaica Labour Party is a visionary government. We have persons in government with vision to move this country forward and to get the growth that we need and the prosperity for all.
In terms of local government, just to be a little bit more specific on local government issues, Sir Charles, it has been said that local government has not been adequately funded to be more effective. Do you foresee an improvement where that is concerned? In other words, do we look to central government to put more into local government, or is it a case where local government need to be more efficient in collecting revenue at the local level so they can be more funded, better funded?
I want to say something to you. When I was mayor of Montego Bay and going through the assets that the St. James Municipal Corporation had under its control, I came across some properties that were owned by the municipal corporation but occupied by significant business interests.
Yes.
And from 1986, remember, Jamaica Labour Party lost the St. James Parish Council in 1986.
Yes.
Right? PNP got that municipal corporation. And from that time until 2007, when I became mayor, not one red cent was collected in rent.
From those
lands that were there in the Bogue Industrial Estate here. I'm not talking about the Bogue land now, you know.
Yes.
And so I said, no, this situation can't continue. And I communicated with the operators, and we were able to collect from them 6 years of what we call mean profits, because there was no agreement, but you have use and occupation of the property, benefiting from the use and occupation of it. They had to pay. And it turned out that we collected millions of dollars. There are other own source revenue sources that exist that the municipal corporations can improve on their efficiency and ensure that every dollar is collected so that you bolster revenue. As I said, when I was mayor, I can speak specifically to those situations because you have a more in-depth connection with the system when you are in that position. That St. James Parish Council came out on top of all municipal corporations, all parish councils across the island in the increase in own source revenue by actions that I was able to take in ensuring that whatever money was out there not being collected, that we had to collect on those funds. Right? So you talk about funding, we have designated funding sources, and we know that in Jamaica, you're not going to have all the resources that you have. But whatever it is that comes to you from these designated sources, so the parochial revenue fund, we have to ensure that it is used efficiently and effectively. You cut your expenses where you can cut it. So the wastage that you will find in respect to various types of bills and whatever, and anywhere that you find corruption, you have to cut it to ensure that we are able to provide for and to deliver to the people who we are elected to serve. Right? So other funding areas exist where you can apply to the TEF, you can apply to equalization fund in respect to getting additional funding to do special projects. Those are things that persons who are elected have to look at what exists in their communities and to see how they can tie. So, for example, the Tourism Enhancement Fund cannot be spent on every and anything. You have to be able to connect it to tourism. You understand? So,
and that's not hard. That's not difficult in Montego Bay.
And it's in that. Yes, you are so right. You are so right. And with the linkages that Ed Bartlett has spoken about, it is quite easy to get that done. So there are external sources where you can get funding into the municipal corporation for them to be the implementing agency in carrying out the work.
So again, Senator, and I know you had a long day. It was a walk in the park for you at the debate. You do this on a weekly basis. You have to debate those other senators almost every week. So you had the issues down pat. So basically, we can look forward to a municipality that will look at other source of revenue to come in and would give them, because the truth is, Senator, I believe that our municipalities can do a lot more. I personally believe so. I believe that they have been underfunded, they have been under-resourced for a very long time.
Yes.
I believe that central
And when you said something to you, Chopper,
yes,
there is a section in the Local Governance Act that I've been introducing to some of the communities that I represent.
yes,
And I think it's under section 45 of the Local Governance Act that speak to special improvement districts and business improvement districts. And then when you move from there and go to the Local Government Financing and Management Act, which is one of another one of the three legislation that relates to local government, it indicates the process of how you go about funding. So you get the area declared as a special improvement district. So for example, a community may want to put in sidewalks, for example.
yes,
So it can be assessed and determined, yes, it is something that is needed, the value is placed on it, the various assessments are done, and then how you go about getting the funding is that you may be able to spread the cost of it across the various properties that will benefit from the improvement that will come into the process. You make it up with other funding that may come through the PRF, for example, or through the equalization fund, and get the project done and the improvement that the people want within their community. Something that I've been discussing with, as I said, some of my communities in my division, and it's something that we have to look at and try and develop and get persons to move forward with it. Also, you can get project funding. Suppose you can find you're doing something that relates to climate change, environmental. You have a lot of grant funding that exists internationally. And I believe, you see our Deputy Mayor, Richard Vernon.
Yes.
He's just a bright spark. Bright spark.
He tapped into that grant funding pretty early.
I'm telling you. And he will write projects and get the work done. Right now, they have used it because you know where Canterbury is located, and you have the drainage, and it can impact upon our sea, the beach and the sea, and so they got funding to do projects inside Canterbury.
And that is the thing, Senator. I believe that one of the things that we have a shortfall in, even at the local level, is the talent like a Richard Vernon, a young spark coming up, of course, under your guidance as one of the senior persons there. But you need young people who are going to think outside the box.
Yeah, man.
We have to move the traditional way of how we run the municipalities. Thinking outside the box, doing some things that just not the norm. Seeking funding from elsewhere, like you just explained.
And he does that very well. And I'm looking forward to Saturday because I know that he's going to. He's a good debater. He has ideas. He's eloquent, articulate. He can put out the points.
Yes.
Get it across. So I think he's going to do well. Huh?
Your team this evening had set the bar. Your team this evening was excellent. Yourself was very excellent. Venetia was awesome. Richard Query was just over the top. You guys did well. We feel proud. I personally feel proud to be associated with a winning team like the one we saw this evening, and we look forward to the next team.
I want to, I don't know if they listen to the program, but we had advisors who were there and persons who spent time with us over the past several days. Starting last week, I had to come to Kingston. We had to do prep. And sometimes I can tell you that at times I would have gotten flustered in the prep. But I want to big up some of the persons. We have Marlon Morgan, who contributed. We have Nesta Morgan, who contributed. We have other persons, Elon Beckford, and what's that name of it? Abka Fitzendi, Senator Abka Fitzendi. He was there drilling us with questions, and you know that he's from media and him having on top of his game. And then we had Sharon Webster. Shani Webster, she was there like a mother hen, ensure that during the hours of prep that we did, that we were refreshed and ready to go. And then the leader of government business in the Senate, Kamina Johnson Smith. Oh my, I'm telling you.
She's a champion debater.
Yeah, man, she is. She is.
Absolutely.
And she took time out to take us through our paces and to guide us. And she was there tonight as a head cheerleader. And then I have Mrs. Sinclair, who was my personal trainer.
Yes.
Yeah.
She was there to make sure that you were motivated.
Well, I'm telling you, man. So we have to just big up the Jamaica Labour Party team. It was a team effort. And I think that whilst we were on stage, I mean, I've known Venetia from she was on the opposite side, and she's now a member of she's a member of the Jamaica Labour Party team. And I'm telling you, I think we coordinated well when we were up there. I mean, it just took a glance, or because of how we came out in the prep, we knew certain questions would be taken on by who. Yes, so I think we did well.
Well done, and I can tell you that the sentiments is the same here. The folks here, Paul Steele out of the United States is saying, congratulations, you guys did well. Rashima is saying the team was on top of their game, you guys did well. Colleen is bigging you all up, said you guys did exceptionally well. And just about everybody. And I'd be remiss not to post this one. Taylor is saying that the PNP took the debate. I don't know what that means. I'll try to figure that out after we're finished done. Anthony Venreal said you guys did exceptionally well. And so most of the person on social media, folks on TikTok is saying the same thing, that you guys were awesome. Great work. They're saying congratulations to you as well, Senator, for the work you do. I know what you do in the Senate on a weekly basis. And I have to say to you, hats off, you did exceptionally well, sir.
All right, thank you, Chopper. And big up to your viewers. And, you know, I like because when I came out, I was asking persons who would be part of our team to grade us objectively.
Yes.
If we fell down anywhere or we could improve, because this could assist us going into the second debate. Not us who were on the debate tonight, but that we could pass on the notes to the next team that is coming up, so that they themselves can also do very well.
Yes. Yeah, man.
So
well done.
If there is criticism, I mean, we can take it. Right?
Absolutely.
And build on it, yes.
Yes. Well, before you go, you know, heading back to your base in St. James, and you and I know that election is on the 26th.
Yeah.
And no matter how well debate you are and how good you are at the debate is not what's counting on the day of election. How ready are you for the election down there in St. James?
Well, you know, let me say this in a chopper. You may have heard it. I was a little, when I got into the elective politics, I said I would have gone in. Dr. Chang had asked me to choose one of the divisions because he was looking for 2 councillors, and he put on the table the flanker division as well as the Norwood division. I chose the flanker division because I think I had a connection with flanker because my father and uncle operated a service station in that proximity, and persons who were from flanker would work there. In fact, and a lot of my friends at school would have come from that community also. So I went in there offering myself. I told Dr. Chang I would do 1 term for him and the people. But when you go in there, and I basically fell in love with the place and the people. I'm telling you, if persons have a particular perception of the community of flanker in particular, but when you get in there and you get to know the people, you will find that it is not what it is perceived to be.
Yes.
Right? And I've been there thinking I would have done one term and gone back to my private life. But I've now served 4 terms. And the views that I get is that I have done sufficiently well that they are looking for the 5th term on the 26th.
Good.
The 5th term on the 26th.
So the
Right?
26th we can.
And as I said tonight, in answer to a question that was posed, you don't need a PhD to be a counselor.
Yes.
You must have, obviously, emotional intelligence. You have difficult situations and you have to know how to always keep the people at the forefront of what you do. You may have to make difficult decisions sometimes, especially when they are infractions, but you have to know that the average Jamaican tries to make a living. Sometimes they do it in the wrong way sometimes, but you have to know how to, work out a compromise where it can be work out the best solution, and always ensure that the people come out as being served by you. You have to be dedicated to the process. And you have to be honest. You have to have integrity and just go and do the job. You don't need to be a PhD to be a counselor. And it is not better than somebody else who may have a particular qualification. So, for instance, I'm an attorney. Persons ask me, why you doing counsel work? It's love for people, yeah?
Yep.
Yeah. I have a love for people and I like to see things move and progress, and where you can have hands-on participation in it and participating with the people in getting the things done. So when I went to Franca, there was no road in Providence Heights. None. No road in Red Dirt. And in fact, in front of the PNP, the main PNP activist home, there was no road. If rain fell, you couldn't drive past our yard. But we went in there, working with Dr. Chang as Member of Parliament, and we fixed all of that. You're going to Providence Heights now. And what you see is well-paved roads. Because we believe that you have to improve the quality of life and to have consideration for the dignity of people. And when you do that, you improve the physical space, it changes the psyche of the individual. They know that there is hope and better for them. So,
you're correct, because if you look, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but if you look at what Flankers used to be 20 years ago, Flanker would have been one of those communities who was prone to shut down the country at the drop of a hat. We have not done that in decades.
Well, no worry yourself. If it needs to be done, then it is going to be done. That's what I like about them. And I remember one time we were called on to take some particular action, and when I went down, and we went because we have to actively participate with the people, but they had to protest. On the day when we went to the location to begin the protest, there was a lot of soldiers and police waiting, and I stood up there wondering, how am I going to get this protest underway? Because it was something needed by the people. Their voice had to be heard. And I looked and I saw a pedestrian crossing right in front of Franca. They didn't have the highway at the time. And I told the people, line up. Everybody line up, one line. And we're going to walk slowly across the pedestrian crossing. And when you get to the other side, you just turn around and walk slowly back the opposite direction. So we had a line, started out with like 10 people and it grew to 20 people. And it just kept growing and growing and growing. So it caused a major traffic jam. The people wanted their voice to be heard in respect to the particular issue.
They did it in a very organized way.
I'll give you a joke. So when the police called to say, what is happening out there? How the road block up and so forth? The police officers who were there reported to their superiors, sir, there is no fires lit out here. There is no stone in the road. The people are only walking across the pedestrian crossing.
That's perhaps one of the most organized protests I've heard.
I am telling you. The police, effective, yes. So the people's voice was heard in that particular case. So you have to know how to think out of the box to get things done, eh?
Yes, sir.
All right,
Well,
so Chopper, big up to yourself and good talking to you. And I'm
thank
certain
you.
we'll speak as we go forward to the 26th. And I just want to say through your medium,
Yes.
26th of February 2024, come out and put your X beside the bell. Carry your neighbor, you and your neighbor, go vote for Labour and let us partner in building you and building your community. Shower.
Every
Chopper.
time. Every
All
time.
right, respect.
Every time. Yeah, man. We couldn't have heard it any better. That was Senator Charles Sinclair, one of the members of the debate team that did exceptionally well this evening in dealing with the issues that came up in the debate. They handled themselves very well. They were factual and precise in the answers and the discussions that took place. And Senator Sinclair is also a counselor who is now telling us that he's ready and prepared to go for what, a fourth or fifth term as counselor. And the communities, one of the major communities that Councillor Sinclair represent is Flankers in Montego Bay. And for those of you who know Flankers, it's across from that new military outfit that was built on the right-hand side going towards the airport in Montego Bay. And if you look to your left, where that beautiful entrance with the gazebos and the shopping area there and some recreational areas out there, that's Flankers to your right. Flankers noted over the years to be a very rough community, but through solid and sustained leadership from persons like Senator Sinclair, MP Horace Chang, and of course the Jamaica Labour Party administration, communities like Flankers have been transformed and would have contributed significantly to the reduction in violence and crime and murders in Jamaica. So we big up the people from Flankers, and we big up the people from all the constituencies in St. James and all the divisions in St. James, and we encourage them to come out on election day, February 26th, go out there and vote for the Jamaica Labour Party, vote for a government that has proven itself and has a track record of development. And remember, we talked about some of those development here earlier before the debate. We're talking about garbage collection, which is a serious issue. Critical thinker, if you continue to be disrespectful, I'm going to have to block you, sir. And if you continue to make baseless comments, you might have to answer to somebody who you might not be comfortable answering to. So I'd suggest that you, without me removing you, I'm suggesting that you remove yourself, okay? Please, because you are a little bit too much for us now, and we probably need to get you out of here. Let's see, we probably need to get you out of here once and for all. Yes, so we're talking about some of the developments that has taken place under the Jamaica Labour Party led municipal corporations. And you would have heard the members of the debate team spoke about how some of the municipalities that is controlled by the PNP, every single one of them has some issues. A fleet of garbage truck, they have increased, the Jamaica Labour Party would have increased the fleet of garbage trucks. The NSWMA commenced the collection of waste at the regional offices in 2022. They have a pilot project and a program launched in Chambers, Pen in Hanover in 2021. Plastic separation was extended to communities across the island, and a comprehensive public education drive was undertaken to promote proper disposal of garbage by Jamaicans in 2020. NSWMA received 12 compactor trucks valued at a cost of 1.74 million in 2019. And also that year, Western Parks and Market Management Limited opened the Cambridge garbage holding area in St. James. Now, this is something that I've always advocated for. I've always said that I believe that we should look at the logistics in how garbage is collected and how it is dumped. For example, what exists now is a situation where trucks goes into a community and collects garbage and then move to the dump. I think most trucks, if you ask these truckers, they are not able to pick up more than one or probably one or two trips in a community per day. And majority of the time during that day is spent driving to the dump. It takes a long time from the community that you're collecting the garbage to go to the dump. No, this idea is not unique to me. This is not my idea. This is just thinking based on what you see happening. And I've heard other persons with it before. So it's not an original idea by me, but I like to echo it because it makes sense. So I'm saying, why not create an area between the communities that you're collecting the garbage and the actual disposal site where you can collect with that compactor truck and bring it to this site that will have massive 40, 50, 60 feet compactor truck, like a 40-foot container size, which has a capacity to hold probably 3 or 4 garbage truck when compacted. And you dump that there and then you move back into the community. So what that does, it frees up the truck, and the truck can now continue in the community to clear the garbage pile up. But they're not taking that long run to the dump because you're dropping off the garbage in a drop site quarter of the way or a third of the way. Those 40-foot compactor trucks will then be moved by a single trailer, tractor trailer, that move them into the permanent dump site. What it does, folks, it frees up a lot of the trucks. So the trucks now can go into the communities and do more rounds, do more trips. So this is something I think the government needs to look at. Instead of buying 200 more garbage truck, buy 100 and then buy 50 or 100 compactors, heavy duty, large capacity compactors that you can use for a sub dump area or a holding area. I think that would help in making more trucks available inside the community and actually do some work. Yeah. So that is something that we definitely encourage the government to look at, and that will sort of help to fix, not all, but it will significantly reduce the complaints you're getting re garbage collection. So yes, so they're talking about a holding area in Cambridge that the NSWMA in 2019, Western Parks and Market open that holding area in St. James. I don't know what it is, but I'm assuming that it is something similar to what we're talking about. In 2018, NSWMA carried out a $60 million cleanup drive to remove bulky waste in major towns. The agency acquired 3 new garbage trucks valued at approximately $74.7 million in 2018. In 2017, said NSWMA fleet of vehicle was boosted with the addition of 28 garbage compactor trucks valued at more than $560 million. The new compactor trucks were assigned to the 4 regions entities of NSWMA. The NSWMA received 2 new tipper trucks as well, valued at a cost of $21 million from the government of Japan to improve garbage collection in Kingston metropolitan area. So I'm just rolling through some of the things: sanitation, waste. You're talking about fire trucks, and like I said, folks, this document, this booklet, I'm hoping that it will get into the hands of a lot of Jamaicans, so you can see what has been achieved by local government. Fire station built, renovated, new fire units acquired. In 2023, Black River Fire Station in St. Elizabeth was renovated at a cost of $70 million. So we're talking about stuff that local government has done. There you have it. St. Elizabeth alone, one fire station, 70 million Jamaican dollars. Upgrading work valued at $70 million commenced on the Port Antonio Fire Station in St. Mary in 2023. New fire stations were opened in Montego Bay, and Montego Bay actually boasts one of the largest fire stations in the English-speaking Caribbean. When you look at it, you're looking at like a five-star hotel. But yes, new fire stations were opened in Montego Bay, Old Harbour, St. Catherine, Yellows, and in 2022, a $258 million fire station opened in Port Maria, St. Mary in 2021, and the Montego Bay Fireboat Station in St. James was opened in 2019, where two fire units and a fireboat was handed over. So you're talking about local government achievement? Trust me, there's a lot here to chew on. A whole lot for us to chew on. The Ocho Rios Fire Station in St. Anne received a facelift to create a more comfortable environment for the firefighters. In 2021 and in 2023, the facility was renamed Ocho Rios Lorenzo Garnett Dawes Memorial Building in honor of the late firefighter. A standby generator was installed at the Savlamar Fire Station in Westmoreland in 2021 at a cost of $10,000. In 2021, and a 10,000 liter water tank was secured to increase the capacity at the Mapen Fire Station in Clarendon, along with a dinghy for use to rescue operation during times of flooding. So a nice little dinghy was out there. In 2020, ambulances assigned to the Jamaica Fire Brigade, JFB, were equipped with protective gears to transport persons displaying flu-like symptoms. The Jamaica Fire Brigade received 15 new trucks in 2021, adding to the 8 trucks acquired at a cost of $400 million in 2019. So I'm just going through some things here, folks, that you can see. And like I said, what I'm reading here, I'm just reading probably 2 or 3 of a whole lot. Providing water in rural communities, of course. In 2021, a 50-gallon community catchment tank in Ashton, Westmoreland was restored at a cost of $10 million. A water shop with a 1,600-gallon storage capacity was established in Mile Gully, Manchester, at a cost of $14 million. So I'm rolling through some of these, folks, so you can have a better appreciation of some of the things that local government has done. So let no one tell you that local government has not done any work. Under the leadership of Desmond McKenzie, a lot has been done. In 2023 and 2020, 60 million and 120 million, respectively, was spent to improve access to potable water for residents in several communities across Jamaica that was severely impacted by drought. A new water supply system was commissioned in Top Aberdeen, St. Elizabeth, to benefit 1,600 residents. A rainwater harvesting system was constructed at Springfield Primary an infant school in St. Elizabeth in 2022. In 2021, the Innswood Underground Water Recharging Station in St. Catherine was renovated at a cost of $325 million was spent to provide water to rural communities, and 110 million was allocated to construct a water shop. So, just a few things from the government delivering service at the local level. There's a magazine out, folks, and I implore you to get a copy of it so you can read it and get a better appreciation of some of the work that local government has done. All right, so all good things must come to an end. The debate has come and gone. The Jamaica Labour Party has won that one. We've had our discussion here. I want to say to you, thank you very much for joining us this evening. It was a pleasure rapping with you, and we'll be back tomorrow in live and living colors. Until such time, you take care of yourself. Peace, and I'm out. And just bear in mind that on February 26, 2014, go out and vote. Vote for the Jamaica Labour Party. Vote for prosperity. Thank you. Good night.